So in today's video, we're going to build three very beautiful Next.js projects. So the first one is going to be an e-commerce website. The second one is going to be a chat application. Then the last one is going to be a recipe application. So let's demo the first one. You log in. So we're using Clerk for authentication. You log in, you're taken to a landing page. This landing page is using server-side rendering. So all these products, they're loaded on the server. And then you can pick a product, you can add it to cart, you can go to your cart, you can enter your card number, your card details, you can remove something from cart, then you can check out. Then once you've checked out, we have an admin dashboard. So this admin dashboard is using Sanity.io. We log into our admin dashboard, and then we can manage our store. So you see in the Sanity dashboard all the products. So here we see the users. So these are the users that are logged into the application, right? And then products, these are the products that we have. We can see these different products. Then the orders, we get different orders, and then to fulfill an order, so we can see that this person ordered something and then they paid, and then here once we deliver, we just say deliver, then we say publish, and then in their account, so some users were just testing it out, so I don't know which like I don't have the credentials for this account, but then if this person logs in into their account, they'll see that we've delivered their product. So yeah, that's the e-commerce store. And then next we're going to build a chat application. So yeah, we have a chat application, and then we can log in. So here let's open an incognito window, and then we come back here, we get this. So since sorry about that, so I need to copy this, copy that, and then so here we'll create an account, and then you see an account, it has an avatar. So we'll say tester at gmail.com. Then we have a password, then we'll sign up. So here we've signed up as tester, and then perfect. So our chat rooms are currently empty. We go to users, and then we'll see all the different users in our application. We come here, we log in as test. So I don't know if test has an account, but yeah, I guess it does. We come here where it says users, right? And then we'll see we have our users. Then here we can see tester, and then once we click tester, it's added to our chat rooms, and then we can say hey there. So yeah, this is a real-time chat application. We come to chat rooms, and then we can see test send a message, and then here you see the latest message that was sent a few seconds ago. Then we'll say how are you. Okay, perfect. So yeah, right now I don't have any images to test, but you can upload images, you can send emojis. Yeah, we're going to build this. You can log out. Perfect. Yeah, it's a bit mobile responsive. Yeah, so I didn't really go deep into mobile responsiveness, but yeah, it's a bit mobile responsive. And then lastly, we're going to build the recipe application. So this recipe application, you're able to see different recipes. Yeah, you can say chicken, and then it's able to get different recipes. So it's using an API. We were getting all these recipes. Once you click, you're taken to the page where you can see how you can make the different dish, and then here it takes you to a YouTube page. Yeah, let's just mute this. Yeah, then you're taken to a YouTube page where it teaches you how to make the particular recipe that's there. So they were using the YouTube API, and then yeah, then we can even search here. You can say pie search, and then yeah, we can get different dishes with pies. So yeah, this is just a nice project. And then yeah, you can see something which is useful. It's practical to put even on your portfolio, because this website can be a practical website for people like who just want to make certain types of dishes. They can just come into your app and then they can make them. So yeah, that's what we're gonna build. So please hit the like button, subscribe, hit the notification bell so that you're notified every time I post a video. And then yeah, let's jump right into the videos. Oh, and then side note, so for those that are currently subscribed and watched the previous videos, this one you might skip, because what I did is I took the last 3 builds that we did, and then I'm just combining them into one video. So for new viewers, so that they can see like how they can do Next.js projects, how they can go from maybe junior developer to intermediate. So yeah, that's the goal of this video. Thank you guys for watching. Full stack e-commerce store with full authentication, full payment system using Stripe, and an admin dashboard using Sanity.io. It was built using Next.js 14. So here is the main home page. You can see your products. So I'm going to build this beautiful landing, sort of like landing page. Yeah, you'll be able to go to the cart. You'll be able to go, so it has an order like inventory management system. Yeah, I'm using authentication using Clerk. You'll be able to learn how to do that. You'll be able to learn how to set public routes. So let's say I like this painting, we open, and then we can see the details. So this is the detail page. It's using server-side rendering. That's why you're seeing that all these pages are opening very quickly. And then let's add something to the cart. Then we can see we added this to the cart. Let's add this to the cart. So yeah, we're using ZooStand for the global state, to maintain the global state for the cart. Yeah, we can increase the quantity. And then finally, let's add this. We go to our cart, and then you can see we've added all these products to the cart. We can remove something that we don't want. So let's say we don't want this painting, we can remove it, and then the payment is going to, the total is going to reflect, and this will also reflect. It's also implemented with Stripe. And then check out. So now it's processing the payment with Stripe, and then once the payment, then we can see the payment was successful, and then we go to the order page. So this is the order management system. It's going to tell us that our payment was a success, and then yeah, to confirm that, we'll come here to see if our payment, so this is Stripe. You can refresh Stripe to see if the payment was indeed a success. So whilst that loads, I can continue the demonstration. So here we'll see it's in transit, meaning that it's on the way. And then we can see that the payment was a success in Stripe. You see here the 1.7 that we just did here at 1:30. That's the current time. So that was a success. And then yeah, so this is the backend system, the admin dashboard. You come here on orders. And then yeah, you see these 2 orders, the blue and orange religious painting. Then you see them here in the admin dashboard. Okay, then here is paid, but it's not been delivered. If we deliver, we publish. Then we can come back here, we refresh. Then you can see the status changed to delivered. So yeah, that's a full inventory management system. So this one hasn't been delivered yet, and yeah, it's also showing that it hasn't been delivered yet. Perfect. So here, this management system also allows us to be able to add products. As you can see, all the products that are in our store, they are available here. The blue and orange that we just bought is also available here. And then here we can change even the price. So we can say, okay, from 400, that's a bit too much, let's put 100. And then on title, we can say blue and yellow. Then we can publish that. We come here, then we refresh. Then you see everything has changed, even the price has changed. So yeah, this is a full system, you're going to learn everything that it takes to build a full e-commerce store. We're using Next.js 14. You're going to learn how to do server-side rendering. So here the main page is doing server-side rendering. All of this is being rendered on the backend, on the server, and then we're just getting the HTML. That's why you see everything on this application is very fast, even on this page. So this slug is being sent to the backend, and then it's fetching on the backend, and then here it just sends us the information. Also on the order page, So that's why you see everything as we just click, everything just opens. So yeah, you're going to learn a lot. You're going to learn how to create a shopping cart using ZooStand. So ZooStand is a global state manager like Redux. But yeah, you're going to see that ZooStand is way, way easier than Redux. So yeah, let's just add some stuff to the cart. And you see how fast everything is. It's a very beautiful application. And then yeah, you can remove from cart. Yeah, also it's mobile responsive. So yeah, you can see it's mobile responsive. Yeah, everything is mobile responsive. The cart, the order page, everything is mobile responsive. Yeah, so this is what we're going to build. Let's jump right into the video. But before you start watching the video, please like, comment, subscribe. This also keeps me motivated to keep making more videos. Thank you guys. Jump right into the video. Okay, so you want to head over to Next.js.org, and then you want to click Get Started, Installation. Then you want to open a terminal, CD into your desktop or whatever folder you will want. Paste in this command and then press enter. Then it's going to ask you all these questions. So what is the name of the project? You pick the name, then you press enter. Would you like to use TypeScript? So for this project, we're not going to be using TypeScript. So you pick no, press enter. ESLint no, press enter. Would you like to use Tailwind? Then yes. Would you like to use source directory? No. Would you like to use app router? Then yes. Then no, no, then enter. Then it's going to install for a few minutes. Then once it's done, open the code in VS Code. So here I have the code open. We open our package.json, then you can see Next.js version 14. It's using the new app router. Open your terminal, then you run npm run dev. So it's going to be like this, npm run dev. Press enter, then it's going to write something like this: local, running on localhost 3000. Open this in the browser, and then it's going to show you something like this. Okay, so yeah, that's what I have so far. So once you get that done, we're going to start cleaning up. So there are some files that they give us. So this page.js is all of this that you're seeing, this Next.js file that you're seeing. So we just want to delete everything, then make a new component. So that's what we want to do, and then delete. Yeah, okay, then perfect. We refresh. Then we want to go into global.css, and then there are some styles that we want to remove that Next.js gives us by default. Save, and then yeah, we get a blank page. So these are the styles that we wanted to remove, these grid lines. So yeah, it's compiled, and then you see we have a clean project. Okay, so let's get started. So what we want to do first is to create a folder called components. Then inside this components folder, we want to create a file called header.js. Inside this file, we just want to create a basic component, and then we want to import the header. So the header, we want to import it here. So it's going to be a header component, and then we import it up here. Save that. Okay, then you see here it says header. Perfect, that's what we want. And then inside our header component, okay, so let me go to my files. So I have this logo and this favicon. So I'm just gonna copy this. So you can use whatever logo you want, whatever favicon you want. Then I'm going to go in the public folder, and then I'm going to paste the logo in the favicon, copy the favicon, and then go into my app, delete the default favicon, then paste in my one, and then yeah, should be good. Then save that, and then let's start working on the header. So we're using Tailwind CSS. So the header is going to have a padding of 3, then it's going to have a border bottom of 2, then it's going to have a border, then we're going to pick an arbitrary color, which is going to be 5 F3 FF. It's going to be something like this. So it's going to be like a type of purple. Perfect. And then inside the border we're going to have another div. So let's just get rid of this first. We're going to have another div, class name, then we're going to give it a max width of 7XL. So we want our header to have a max width. So the color is missing an F, so it's F5. Yeah, then you see it gets the color. So it's F5, F3, then FF. Yeah, perfect. And then we want the contents to be flex. Then we want justify between. So justify between is saying that inside the header we want a space in between the contents. So that's what it's just saying, so that we can have content on the left, content on the right. Okay, so here we have another div. So this will be the content on the left, then we have another div here, then this will be the content on the right. So we can say right, then here we can say left, save, and then see what it looks like. Okay, perfect. So here we have the content on the left, here we have the content on the right. Okay, so for the content on the left, we want it to be flex, and then item center. So we want it to be flex because we want to have an image. So it's going to be a Next.js image, and then inside that image, so it's going to be something like this. And then so for the width, it's going to be 50. For the height, it's going to be 50. And then the out will be logo. Then the source, remember we put it as the name is logo.png. And then yeah, that's good. Let's close this so that you can see properly. And then in here we want an H1, and then this H1 is going to say the name of the shop. So I'm going to call it as Artistry Market. So that's the name that I picked. You can pick whatever name you want. It doesn't have to be the same as mine. And then we want that to be a margin left so that the logo and the text can have a bit of spacing. And then the text is going to be 2XL. And then on large devices, the text will be 3XL. So the text is going to be 3XL, and then the font will be bold. And then let's save that and then see what it looks like. Okay, let's just wait. Let's see if why the image is not showing. Okay, let's open this compilation error. Let's open this. Okay, so it was just loading. Yeah, because I think the image is a bit too big. It's about 2 megabytes, but then yeah, for a logo that's a bit too big. That's why it took a bit of time to load. But then yeah, we see the image, we see the logo, and then on the right side we have some content that we want on the right side. So On the right side, we want a shopping cart. We're going to want the login icon. We're going to want the icon for orders, but then for now, let's just put the shopping cart. So to do that, we come here, and then we want to come here where it says React icons. All right. So this is what we're going to be using for icons. Copy this command, then come in here, open a new tab, and then once it opens, paste the command, run it, and then it's going to install React icons. Yeah, it's going to take a while. Whilst it's installing, we can search cart. So because we want a shopping cart, and then we want this one. Perfect. Then it even tells us how we can use it, how we can import. Okay, it's done installing. We can close that. Okay, then we come in here, we import the shopping cart, and then this is how we can use it. So it tells us how we can import it in our code, which is perfect. We come here on the right side. So on the right side, again, we're going to have a class name, and then it's going to be flex, and then items center, and then relative. Okay, so yeah, then here we're going to have the shopping cart, but in the shopping cart we're going to style it up a bit. So the shopping cart is going to be text of 3XL. It's going to be color. So color is going to be a dark purple. So let me just give you the values. So it's an arbitrary value since Tailwind doesn't have this particular color. And then yeah, so it's going to be this color, which is like a dark type of purple. And then cursor is going to be pointer. Yeah, then I think that's good. And then yeah, so what we want is we want a situation whereby when you start filling up the cart, it's going to show a number. So let's just save and then see what this looks like before we proceed. Okay, so you see we have our cart here. So next to this cart, we want a number, but then we want the number to float above the cart, right? So it shows you like when you add something, it'll be 1, 2, yeah, whatever the number is. So that's why this is a relative, so that when we put this div here, the number that's inside that div can be floating. So here we put 1. Let's save and then just see what it looks like. So this would just be a simple, yeah, you see right now it doesn't look nice. So we want it to be like a small bubble that's next, that will be saying 1. Okay, so here we'll say margin left 2, so that there's a margin of left. BG of blue 600, 500, 600, yeah. Then we want it to be rounded, so it's going to be rounded full, so that it's like a circle with border radius, width 5, height of 5, and then we want to flex it, and then we want to give it an item of center. So we want to center that number inside that div that we just created, and then text will be white since the background is blue, so the text will be white so that we can see the text. The text will be small, and then the font will be semi-bold. We save that, see what it looks like. Okay, yeah, it's not really looking nice, so we need to center it horizontally. So to center something horizontally, we need to use justify center. Save that, and then perfect. So this is what we want, and then our header is done, and then you can see our header is responsive on mobile, on desktop. We can zoom out, and then you can see even on very big screens it's going to work fine. Okay, our header is done, so that's perfect. We go back to our page, and then the next part, so our header is done, and then we want a nice title. So we come here, so here on this area where the mouse is hovering, we want a nice title that and like a message that show people like, okay, you're on this application, and this application is doing this. Okay, so that's what we want now. Okay, so just a moment. So in layout, we can change here where it says, you see here where it says create next step. I don't like that. We can change that title to be artistry market, and then a shop that sells art, something like this. We save that, close that, then we come back here, div, and then yeah, you can see the change. See, now it says artistry market. Okay, so here we want an h1, and then this h1 is going to say get artistic prints, because our website is selling art, but then the art is coming to you in the form of prints. So it's going to be printed, then we're going to send the art like in a frame. So we're just saying like a small message of what we're trying to do. And then, so just to style this text, we're going to give it a text of 4XL. So it's going to be very, very big, font of bold, and then just so we don't keep typing it out, we can come back here. We want this color. We can copy this color, the 5B. We come here. That's the same color that I want. And then I want my text to be on the center. Yeah, I think that's good. Let's see. Get artistic prints. Then we give it a parent styling. So the parent is going to be flex, and then it's going to be a flex of column, and then items center, and then we're going to justify center, margin top of 10, and then space y of 4. Okay, so why? Because we also want to have a p tag, so that's why we did that. Then we have a class name of, yeah, it's going to be text center again, and then the text is going to be text of XL text gray 500, and then it's going to say elevate your space with stunning art prints, transform your surroundings. Okay, let's just fix this. Okay, perfect. So this is what it's going to say. Give this a space, see what it looks like. Elevate your space, transform your surroundings, something like this. Okay, here we want to have a div which is going to be holding the card. So yeah, we want the card with the products. That's what we want. Yeah, we want cards that are going to be holding the products. And then for now, we'll give it a class name, and then we'll just say margin top, and then we'll say padding top. Well, we don't really need to give, okay, we can just say padding of 10. I think that's more appropriate. We come to our components. Inside our components, we create the card. Okay, so our card is going to be holding the products. So yeah, for here we can just leave it as card so that we can import it here, because here we want to display so that we can see it. Then import that. So here it's imported. And then here we can see the card. Okay, good. We come back to the card. Okay, then the card is going to have relative styles. It's going to have shadow of MG. Then we're going to have a max width of SM. okay, which is, yeah, so for now that's good. Yeah, we won't see much because, yeah, we haven't done much yet, so it's not going to be anything. Let's carry on. So we want a top div, so we want a top and a bottom div. The top div is going to hold an image, so it's going to be a Next.js image. We import it, and then, yeah, so it's going to be something like this, and then it's going to be a class name, and then it's going to be relative, then it's going to have a height of 96, then overflow is going to be hidden, then aspect ratio, so it's going to be aspect ratio, it's going to be 1, and then, yeah, then when we hover, so we want a small effect to happen when we hover. We want the scale to be 105, so that means it's just going to hover a bit, and then so we want a nice kind of transition when that happens. So the transition is going to be, so it's like a tailwind CSS effect, so it's going to be transition, transform, and then duration is going to be 300. Okay, perfect. We save that, but it's not going to show anything yet since we don't have the image. And then here for the image, we're not going to put a width or a height. We're going to give it what we call a layout, so that it just fits the whole area, that it fits the whole div. That's what we want. And then object fit is going to be cover, so that it covers the whole div, right? So that's what that's doing. And then we want a bottom div, right? This bottom div is going to have a class name of padding 4 space, so we want space y, so this is going to hold the text of the card, so that's going to be h1, right? And then it's going to say painting 1, something like that, and then it's going to have a class name, it's going to have text, and then we want that nice, let's just go and copy and paste it, this nice text color. Yeah, at this point I should have just made it a primary color in the tailwind CSS, but yeah, that's for another day. Okay, then we want it to be text 3XL with a font of semi-bold. Yeah, I think this is good. And then we want p tag, and then this p tag is going to be a description, so it's going to be description of the painting you are selling. Yeah, something like this. You get the idea. Give it a class name. Yeah, we can just take a peek at what it looks like. So you see, this is what so here the image is going to be here, then the title, then here is going to be the description. So the description is what we're doing now. It's going to be a text of Excel, it's going to be a text gray 500, and then we're going to truncate it. So what that means is when it gets big, we want to have 3 dots instead of having extra lines. Then here we break the line so that we just have a bit of space at the bottom. Okay, perfect. And then, yeah, you see these 3 lines at the end, and then you see the card is now long, and you see these 3 lines. That's what we want. Okay, then below that we want so we want a span that's going to show the price. Okay, yeah, wrong suggestions from ChatGPT. Okay, so we want, it's going to be absolute, then the span is going to have the price. So here we can say 200, like just a sample price. We have a class name here. The class name is going to be absolute. Then bottom 0, right 0, then padding of 2. Then it's going to have a background. The background is going to be an arbitrary value, and then it's going to be F5, F3, then FF. So it's going to be kind of like a white kind of background. Then it's going to be shadow MD, so that it has like a raised effect, so it looks like a card. And then the span is going to be, so the span is going to be text. We want that text, yeah, just to have it copied. And then it's going to be text LG, and it's going to be font semi bold. Yeah, then I think this is good. Let's see what it looks like. Then you see, perfect. The price is there, everything is there. So we now want the picture. So let's just come here and then say and splash. So there's this website called Unsplash. That's where you can get free images that have no copyright. And then here we can just say paintings, because remember the website will be selling paintings. So we want to search for some paintings, and then yeah, we can get this one, and then we download the medium one. Yeah, I think that'll be enough for what we're doing. Perfect. Okay, we open our finder and then just rename the image to be 1. Copy the image, go to our project in the public folder, then we paste it in there, close that, come back to our app, go to our image is 1, then we refresh, and then our image should now show. Let's just wait for it to load, and then you see we now have our nice beautiful image. We come back to our page, and then now we want to style this so that when we have different different products, how is it going to display them here? That's what we want to do now. So we come here, and then so we need a main div. So this is the main div with the padding of 12, but then inside here needs to be a flex, and then we come here, we need a div that's going to surround all the cards. So let's come here and then let's do this. Let's just make several copies of the card. 1, 2, 3, 4. So just have multiple copies of the card, and then let's see. You see, we have multiple copies of the card, but then now it's going down. We want them to go on the side and then show sort of like in a grid. That's what we want. So yeah, we say class name, and then so mx of auto, that centers everything. Then we say grid, then we say grid. So we want 3 products per row. Okay, but then by default, so this will be for on large devices. By default, we want 1 product. So that on mobile. So on mobile, we show 1 product. Then on large screens, we show 3 products. Okay, and then gap. So a gap is going to be, okay, and then we save that. Then let's see what that looks like. And then you see, perfect. Now we have a nice product, and then if we make this more, it's going to be 1 product, because that's what we're saying here. So you see, this now works on mobile. We grow this, and then we have our nice product on on large screens, and then we can zoom out. You see, even on very big screens, it's going to be contained. Everything looks nice and neat. And then Perfect. Now we need to make our footer. So it's going to be in our components, footer.js, rfce. Okay, so our footer is going to be very simple. It's just going to, yeah, but then this tutorial is just so that you guys can then start, doing these things on your own. So for now, I'm just going to make a nice small footer that's going to be very basic. It's not going to say much. So we come here, we import the footer. We import the footer here. We close that, go back to the footer. So the footer is going to be a class name. We're going to give it padding of 10, and then here is going to be h1, and then it's going to be a class name of text center, because we want everything to be nice and in the center. Then it's going to be a text of large, and then here it's going to say please like and subscribe to the video. Yeah, so guys, please like and subscribe to the video. It also helps me to keep me motivated to keep making these videos. And then you see, please like and subscribe to the video. Okay, so our footer is done. You can change it to whatever you want it to say. Let's just close this so that we can have space. Okay, so yeah, the main page is done. Now we need to make the detail page. So this will be the page that when you click this, we'll be seeing the products. So that will be that page. That's the page that we now need to make. So the details page is going to be, so this page, like the way that we want to create it, when you click this, it's going to open that page, and then it's going to show that product. Okay, so for now it's just the UI, so don't worry about how it's going to work. Right now we're just doing UI, right? So we come here, and then we say details. Inside the details, page.js. Okay, so don't worry about how it's going to work for now. Just worry about the styles. So we come here, then we say page. Okay, whilst that loads, let's start thinking about what we want in the page. So every page is going to have a header. Remember, we already created the header, so we just import. Okay, and then below that we have a div, and then inside that div, so in the components, we're going to create a component. We're going to call it detail. Okay, details.js. Details.js, yeah, that's the right spelling. So this is where the details are going to go. Save that, go back. So it's not called page, it's called details. Okay, so we have our page, we have our details. Then let's see, we have our header. So we come here, we've imported our header. That's what's being shown here. So perfect. So we're on the right track. Okay, so in that, what we want in the details page, so on the left side here, we want to show the picture. On the right side, we want to show the name, details, and then an input to show the quantity, and then to show a button which says go to checkout, and then add to cart, something like that. That's what we want, right? So yeah, we import details, import that, save, come to details. Okay, so details is going to be, it's going to have a max width of 7xl. It's going to have a max, it's going to have a margin horizontal of auto, then it's going to have a margin top of 20, and then inside that we're going to have a parent div for that component. It's going to be grid, and then grid of, so on mobiles it's cause 1, then on large devices it's grid columns 2, right? Perfect. And then here, so this is how you do comments. This is going to be left side, right? Then copy that. This is going to be what we put on the right side. Okay, we can just say left here, right, save that. Okay, left, right, then we come here, then you see left, right. Okay, so we come on the left. So on the left side we want a shadow of MD so that it looks like a card. Then it's going to be relative height of 96. So we do this when we want to have an image, so that the image doesn't go above, it doesn't go above the div. We want the image to fill the whole div, so this is what we do. And then we want an image, so it's going to be a Next.js image, and then it's going to be the same. Okay, so yeah, it's not going to be image, so it's going to be like this. Yeah, we just want to use the same image, keep things simple. We can edit the stuff later when we're now getting it from the database. Then yeah, we'll just say image of painting. Okay, perfect. Save that. You can take a peek. Then you have your image. Okay, on the right side, so yeah, we want to have the title, we want to have the description, we want to have a quantity to say how much do you want of the product. Then you want to have add to cart. Okay, so here we have class name, then it's going to be, yeah, we want something like a margin top. Yeah, margin top doesn't really matter, so we want something like flex, then flex column, because what we want is we want everything to have a nice space in between. So we have a justify between so that everything is nicely spaced inside. And then yeah, I think that should be good. Then here we want an H1. The H1 will say painting name. Then this should be nice. So it should be text of 3XL, font of semi-bold, then text is going to be that arbitrary value 5B 20 B6, so that's the color. And then below that you can save that and see. Okay, so that's what it looks like. Below that we want a p tag. This p tag is going to be this is the description of the painting, something like that. Class name is going to be text of LG. It's going to be margin top of 4. Then it's going to be gray with the shade of 500. Okay, perfect. Okay, then below that we're going to have a div. This div is going to have a class name with a margin top of 5, I guess, and then inside there we're going to have a span. Okay, yeah, it's going to be something like this. Perfect for the price. Yeah, then you see it's going to be something like this. So name, description, price. We're not done. Then we want a nice div with a class name, margin top of 6, and then it's going to have a flex, then flex column, text gray of 500, and then yeah, perfect. Then it's going to have a label. The label is just going to say QTY for quantity. Then we're going to have an input. Okay, perfect. The input will have text and the default value of 1, and then it's going to have a class name. It's going to have a width of 20, px of 4, a height of 10, then it's going to have a border, then a border gray 300, then it's going to be rounded MD. Okay, done. We can take a peek. See, it's coming out. Right, so lastly we need the button. Class name, margin top of 6, then inside here we need the button. Add to cart. Let's take a peek. It's too big, so it's going to be okay. We don't need this width full. Save that. Okay, the background is perfect, color perfect. Yeah, everything is good. Yeah, we can give it, so we can give it a px of 6, just so that it's a bit big. Yeah, I think for now this is good. Yeah, so the details page is done. Okay, perfect. So yeah, that page is done, and then let's head over to the cart page. Yeah, I'm just looking to see if there's anything we can add, but then yeah, it shouldn't be an issue because then we can just come back later and then we can add, because right now it's just UI, so it doesn't really matter. So let's close this, create cart folder. Inside the cart folder, page.js. Inside there, create a component. Inside that component, so for all these pages we need a header. We import that header, display it, then below the header we need a cart, so we go in components, create cart component. Inside there we create that component, we come back here, we import the cart component. Okay, then we come into cart, so we come here, we display the cart page, then wait for it to load. Okay, perfect. Then we see cart here. Okay, so the cart page is going to be like this. Here we're going to create some products, so it's going to be const. So later on there'll be real products. Right now we're just creating fake products, so it's going to be like this. Then it's going to be ID 1, yeah, something like this. Then yeah, something like this. Okay, perfect. So it's going to be name, price, and then quantity. Okay, perfect. And then we have our array, and then yeah, so that's good for now. So what we need is to create the outer div. So the outer div is going to have a max width, so everything must have a max width so that your design is not just going all over the place. And then mx of auto to center everything, and then margin top of 20, which is perfect. And then here we need to say cart yeah, just to notify someone that they're on the cart page. Okay, then that needs a text of 3XL, a text of center, font of bold or semi-bold, because I always like to use semi-bold. We don't want it to be too much, right? Yeah, next time we'll make these values into a CSS primary class so that we don't have to keep typing it out. Margin bottom of 6. Save that, see what it looks like. Perfect. See cut there. Right, below that we're going to create a table. Give the table a class name, width of full, border of collapse. Okay, then so your table always has a table head, which is this th head, and then perfect. The table head always has table rows. Let's just see what is suggested. Table grade 200, texts, padding. Yeah, we can work with this. Makes our life easier. Okay, but then we don't want this text left. Text left. Yeah, we don't want this. We don't want this. We don't want this. Okay, so it's going to be name, price, quantity. Then there's not total. There's remove, because we want to be able to remove, and then from cart, and then our text. You just copy this so that we have that nice text color. Save that, take a peek. Yeah, this is coming out nice. So this is our table. These are our table headings. Okay, so below the table we always have our table body. Okay, body. Okay, perfect. So below that table body, what we want to do is we want to map through the products. Remember, there's the products that we created here. We want to map through that. So we want to say dot map. Then when we map, we want to take the single product. So the single product, like this, and then tr. So tr is the single table, like this. Then key is going to be product.id. Perfect. And then we have the table data. Inside the table data, it's going to be product dot name. Okay, something like this. Then it's going to display the name, painting 1, painting 2. Perfect. Right, let's just dial up the table row a bit. So it's going to be, no, we want it to hover when you press it. So when you hover over it, it's going to hover to be gray of, yeah, we can say gray of 50, because we want it to be very subtle. Text of center, so that everything is centered. And then border, bottom, border, gray of 300. Then the text, yeah, then we want this text. Okay, done. Then the table data, we want there to be padding y of 2, px of 4, flex, then items flex, then items center. Why? Because I also want to add an image in here. So here it's going to be like this, then this, then I want to add an image which it read my mind, and then just put it there. Okay, so that's very wrong. Yeah, so this AI stuff, it's not there yet. Sometimes it's giving you very wrong code. So it's 1.jpg, then yeah, this is more like it, but without this rounded. And then I think the width, the height should be like 30. Save, and then let's see what that looks like. Okay, because I think we also need a margin right here. Class name, margin right, something like 2. Yeah, I think this is good. Let's just make the image smaller. Yeah, I think this is, yeah, we can work with this. And then, so we want table data, give it a class name of padding y of 2, padding of 4, and then we copy this for one more time, and then here it's product dot, let's see what else we want to display. So we have name, price, quantity. So right now we want quantity. Okay, product dot quantity, is that it? No, we want price. So yeah, let's just swap these. Then here is product dot price, save that. Yeah, then here we need a $sign. Okay, perfect. Then here where it says remove, we do right. Then here it's the same, same. Then here we need a react icon for a bin. So we come here, then we see trash icon, something like this. We see how it gets imported. We come here, we import it, then how we use it. We come here, we copy, open back our project, come here, we paste it, then we give it a class name, then we want it to have a text with this color so that everything looks nice and neat. MX Auto, we want it to be in the center, and then when you hover over it, want the cursor to become a pointer. Okay, then perfect. When you hover, the cursor becomes a pointer. When you hover the cursor, the background changes. So we check, it's mobile responsive. Okay, yeah, we're almost done. Yeah, last but not least, we have our order page. So because I think, yeah, we need an order page. So when you open the orders, we need a way to be able to see. So after you've put your products in the cart, after you've paid, we need a way to be able to see these. We need a way to be able to see these orders, right? And then, yeah. So this page is not going to be that difficult. I think we can just copy from this page because it's going to be literally the same. So we can just copy the pages, right? And then just change some stuff. So let's come here, close this, create a folder called order. In there, create a page.js, and then we copy here, paste it in order, delete this, save, go into components, create an order component.js, right? Close this page, go into cart, copy everything in cart, paste it in order, then change the name to order, just to do a bit of cleanup. Yeah, so sometimes when you're coding, I know everyone is guilty of this, you just change up some stuff. Right? And then so it's going to be a bit different from what we had. So it's going to be, yeah, we had product, price, quantity, but then here it's going to be a bit different to what we had there. So here it's going to be product, quantity, right? And then paid, so product, then paid, then after paid is status. So status will be telling us the status of the product. Has it been delivered? Is it on its way? And then paid is like, have you paid, which is going to be something like a true or false value. So it's going to be then quantity. So quantity is going to be here. Then here we will remove the image, we no longer need it. Quantity, then paid, so it's going to be paid. And then the last one is going to be status. So let's just copy, paste this, and say status, delete this, remove this import, remove the image import, name, so it's now name, quantity is there, they paid, so instead of price is paid, then we say true. Oh yeah, we can just say paid, then paid, then paid, then after this we have status delivered, then here status delivered, save that, come back to our page, import the order component, done, we remove this, save, and then we come here, we go to the order page, yeah, then let's just go over the code, we loop through this. So here we should no longer say cut, we should say order page, something like this. Then you see order page, product, quantity, then where it says paid, remove the $sign. We no longer need this, right? So we now have, let's go back to the start. So we now have a main page, right? When you click the product, we now have a details page to show the product. When you add to cart, we now have a cart page. Then when you pay, we now have an order page. So yeah, the UI is now done. Next part, we jump into adding the functionality. With adding the functionality to the UI that we just made, we need to add authentication so that our users have to log in. They don't just come in, and see everything. We need a way to authenticate our users. So we're using a service called Clerk. So you visit clerk.com, click here where it says get started for free. Add an application. Our application is going to be called Artshop. So you call it anything that you want. Okay. Then yeah, so I can show you this after the video. I'll delete. So we created .env file. So we come here. Let's close everything up. We create a .env file. Inside here, we paste We paste our environmental variables, continue to documentation. We close this, we no longer need it. So we need to install this package. So copy this command, come into your terminal, open new terminal, copy this command, install clerk. Whilst clerk is installing, we've done this part. So whilst that's happening, we need to go into our app, right? And in our app, in our layout file, we need to import clerk. So we come to our layout, we import clerk, right? So that we can use the clerk provider to wrap our entire app. So we're protecting the entire application inside the clerk provider. We save. Okay, that's done installing. Close that. Right, perfect. Okay, so clerk has, so in the create a middle file in your app source, if you don't have a source, use, okay, so we're going to create a file called middleware.js in the same place where you created the env file. You create a middleware.js, copy this, come in here and paste it. Okay, leave that for now, and then user button. So we come here, we take this, we're going to put that in the header. So we come where it says components, header, we come here, import the user button, we copy this, then we come into this file, fa shop, and then here, after this, we create the user button. Okay, but then the user button needs an after sign out URL. So when you sign out, which URL are you going to visit? That's what it needs. And then yeah, everything is working, but we don't want it like this where it's going to their site, right? We want it to go to our own site, to stay at our own site. Because right now it's working, but the sign up is being hosted on their site. We don't want it to be like that. So we need to create custom sign in and sign up pages, because we never want it to have a situation like that where it's being hosted on their site, right? So how we do a custom, we come in here, we create a folder called sign. The first one is sign up, I think. Then we come into sign up, we create another folder, you open two tags, you create the spread operator, then sign. So just put 3 dots, sign up. Yeah, then in here you create a page.js, right? Yeah, don't worry, you don't need to understand what's going on here, but just paste in this code, and then you are going to allow clerk to be able to come in and create a sign up page in your app. So that's what that is doing. So don't worry if you don't understand what's happening or stuff like that. Just know that you're kind of allowing clerk to come into your application, and then you're telling them that when you come into my application, inject the sign up page into my application. So that's all that you're telling clerk to do. Okay, so we created the sign up. Now we need to create the sign in. So first, sign in. Once you create the sign in page, you come in here, those 3 dots again, then sign in again, close that, then in here, create a page.js, right? Inside the page.js, you paste. So in the documentation, they're telling you everything, so don't worry. Close this, close this, close this, Okay, close this. In the env, you need to tell clerk, right, where it's going to find these files, right? So you're telling it that going to sign in, that's where you're going to find the sign in page. Going to sign up, that's where you're going to find the sign up page. And then everything is done. Hopefully there are no issues. Let's go back to our local host. And then now, instead of being redirected to clerk is going to create the sign in form into our application, right? So I'm not going to see all this clerk is in development mode stuff, right? You see the form is now on our page. Okay, perfect. Okay, the form, let's see, sign in like this. I want to see if I can center it. Div. Okay, class name, then it's going to be a flex, item center, justify center. Okay, then it's centered, yeah, something like that. Oh, I think we need to, let's see if we can do it a bit higher than that. Yeah, we may need to do it a bit higher than this because this is not very efficient. Okay, so in the sign in, we can create something called a layout.js. Let's see. Yeah, perfect. So in this layout.js, let's just say RFCE. So the layout, it gives us the children. So this is the proper way of how we can do this in Next.js, of how we can do like group stylings, right? Then we say flex items center. Okay, justify center height of screen, and then a max width full. Save this, copy. So we did it in the sign in page, now we do it in the sign up page, right? And then layout.js, we do it in the sign up page again, and then now you see perfect, right? So now if we try to visit our app, we come to the sign in page. Sign in is easy. Continue with Google. And then it logs in. And then you see here we have this in the header. Let's go and check it out, and then just style it so that it looks a bit better and it's not, the way that it looks now. Okay, so let's move it out of this div and then just see. Okay, so yeah. Okay, what happens if we put it here? Okay, no, that's not what we want. So we come here, let's make it div, and then the class name, margin left 4, something like this. Okay, perfect. And then yeah, you can view, manage account, you can change your account, you can change your password. So that's the power of clerk. If you want to sign out, it's as simple as just clicking sign out. So we now have authentication in our application. Perfect. For our project, we're going to be using Sanity.io. So Sanity.io is a CMS which is going to allow us to add products to our store. So we need to have some products here before we can start adding them to cart, before we can start doing some stuff with them. So yeah, Sanity is very nice to use. So just create an account on Sanity. It's going to ask you a few questions. It's going to ask you the name of the project. Just pick Artshop, basic stuff. It's not going to be that difficult. So I already have an account. And then so yeah, it's going to ask you to create a project. So, yeah, so this is just basic creating of an account. The technical stuff I'll show you, but basically you just create an account. Okay, so once you have this account and once you're on this dashboard, what we're going to do, we're going to go back to our code, open out, so we're going to shut down the system, Control C, clear the terminal, close everything up. Okay, everything is nice and clean. We're going to install npm. So the way we're using Sanity is not the standard way, right? Then we're going to install Sanity. Okay, let me just check if I didn't miss anything. Next, Sanity and Sanity. Yeah, that's what we need. We install that. So we're going to self-host the Sanity admin dashboard. So usually when people are creating Sanity, they're using Sanity Studios and then they are deploying it onto Sanity. We're going to be bringing in Sanity into our application the way that we brought in Clerk, right? So it's a bit different, right, than the standard way that is done. So yeah, I will walk you through this way of how we do it. So let's just install it. Okay, whilst it's installing, you can even start working, right? So that we're not really that much behind. So we need a file in our root. This file is called sanity.config.js. So this is going to be the heart of everything that we're doing with Sanity, right? And then in there, we need to import something called define config, right? This define config, we get it from Sanity, right? Then we need to import something called disk2. So yeah, most of these things you don't need to know what they're doing. Just check the documentation if you want to know more, but you know, even I don't know like what some of these things are doing. Sanity. Okay, yeah, for now that's good. Then we need to create a config. To create a config file. In that config file, so that config file, we need to define config, and then like this, then like this. Then we need to export default config. Okay, perfect. And then what does this config file entail? This config file, it has the project ID, okay, it has the dataset, the API version, and then yeah, so this IntelliSense gave me most of what I need. So the plugin here, we need to do this because it's like a function. And then after that, yeah, that's done. And then we need to give it a base path of where everything is, where it's going to get the, so the base path is just going to be slash admin. That's what I'll name the folder. Save that, and then okay, use cdn true. So yeah, we need to put the current date, so it's 2023, it's November 23rd. Okay, and then the project ID, we come in here, so this is the project ID, we copy that project ID, we paste that here. Yeah, that's all we need. We save this. Perfect. Okay, so what we just did here is these are the config file that Sanity.io needs. So Sanity.io, we're going to serve it from our application. So remember, when we're serving Clerk, we created a sign-in page. In that sign-in page, we created this folder with the tag, with the dots, and then we created it. So that's the same thing that we're going to be doing for Sanity, because so that Sanity can then be served from our application. So yeah, so that's basically what we need to do. We need to create a folder called admin. Okay, inside that folder called admin, we need to have dot 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 admin, and then that, and then inside there, finally, we have our page.js, and then we need to say use client. Since Sanity is going to be using, so when you say use client, you're telling skill is just import. You're telling Next.js that I never want to run this code on the server. Bring it to the front end so that I can run it on the front end. Studio, and then we import the config file that we just created. So that's why we were creating the config file, right? So config file, okay, add sanity config, and then we export default function admin page, then Next.js config. Okay, perfect. Right, so this is what we want. And then lastly, we go into our middleware. So inside this middleware, we need to tell clerk. So we need to tell clerk that this page, the admin page, you shouldn't protect it. It should be a public route, because Sanity.io comes with its own authentication. So we don't want to authenticate twice, because remember, clerk is protecting everything. So we need to tell clerk that leave the admin. We want that to be a public route. So we come here, then we say public routes, then it's like this. So public routes is an array, then we just say slash admin. So that tells clerk that stay away from that folder. So here you can put in the landing page, you can put in, all those pages that you don't want them to be protected by authentication from clerk, right? And then yeah, this will take a bit of time to load, but if we did everything correct, we should see the Sanity.io. Okay. Yeah, the first time you run it, you might get some cause errors, but then that's very simple. Is you just do what it says. It's going to say click here to add, because basically what's happening with Sanity, when you're connecting with, to Sanity, every single URL, your localhost, so you're connected from your localhost to Sanity, it's going to be restricted by cause. So what you do, you come here where it says settings, right? Then you come here where it says API settings. Okay. Let's just wait a moment. The website seems to be broken. But you come to settings, API settings, then there's a place where it says cause. API settings. Yeah, maybe it needs to be refreshed. I don't know what's happening there. But there's a place where it says cause. So the part where it says cause, you're going to, let's open the admin. The part where it says cause, you're going to add your local host. You're going to add any website that you want, any URL that you want to be able to connect to Sanity. But then here, when you're in development, it does it automatically. There's going to be a pop-up, then there's a button that you click, and then it's going to add it automatically. Right? So this is just for the first time you enter. And then when we deploy from on Vercel is going to give you a URL. Right? You take this URL, you go into your Sanity, because you need a way to approve it. You need a way to approve this URL. Right? Yeah, when we get to that, I'll show you. Then everything will make sense. Right now, it might not make sense because we're not yet there. Yeah, it's compiling. Yeah, if everything was correct, it should work. Fingers crossed. Okay, so yeah, admin, yeah, I think everything is good in our config file. Yeah, it takes time because it's serving an entire backend into this app, so it takes a bit of time to do that. And then after this, we're going to have a nice backend, a nice admin dashboard, I mean. Okay, so yeah, I think I need to pause the video a bit and then come back when it's done. Our app /admin is taking us to Sanity because we're now serving Sanity from our app. And then here we say, so what I want to do here, to make our life easier, we can come here and then we open the two tabs, right? So here, the admin. So you see it loads and then it opens the admin, and then here on this side I want to open the app. Okay, so the app on the left and then Sanity on the right. Okay, so let's authenticate. So you authenticate with the same account that you used to create here. Right, since it's an admin dashboard, not anyone can just come in and sign in and create an account. It must only be the account that you approve here, or here where you set members. Only members will be able to come in and open this admin. Okay, so this admin is opening the schemas that are available in our application. Then I'm going to show you how we create schemas and all that good stuff. Okay, let's wait for it to load. Yeah, that's the issue with serving, from your app. It's very, very slow. But Next.js, once it caches everything up, then yeah, the speed will improve. Okay, so no document types. That means we don't have any schemas in our app. So we come into an app, we create a folder called Sanity, right? Inside that folder called Sanity, we're going to create a file, a folder called schemas. Schemas, right? Inside schemas, so yeah, inside Sanity, so we have Sanity, then we have a folder called schemas. Inside Sanity, we want a file, and then we're going to call this file sanity-utils.js. Okay, so it's now inside Sanity. We have a folder called schemas, then we have a file called sanity-utils.js. We go into schemas, we create a fat schema, which is going to be user schema.js. Because remember, we have a user, and then we want this user to be in the database, right? So this is how we write a schema in Sanity. So it's going to be const user, right? And then it's going to be name. The name is going to be user, and then yeah, you can watch some tutorials on Sanity. It's very easy to use. So this is just basic Sanity stuff. And then here we need to define the fields. Okay, and then you see my IntelliSense, my GitHub Copilot is helping me. Let's just verify if it's true, then I can just explain, to save up on time. Okay, name, email, email required, type of string, yes. Then we have a password. So we don't have password for this since it's single and we don't have a row. Okay, yeah, the rest is good. So name and email, that's good. We save that. Yeah, that looks good. And then so we're going to have lots of schemas, so we want a way to be able to export them at once, right? So we're going to import the user from, because remember we're exporting this user schema, and then const, so we want to put them in an array, so it's going to be const users, then we're going to put user, and then export default schemas, right? So later on is this array will be full, like user, products, orders, right? So that's our schema. And then remember, for Sanity to be able to pick it up, because right now Sanity doesn't know what we're doing in our files, but then for Sanity to be able to be like, oh, okay, so this is what they're doing, right? We have to come in here, right? And then we have to notify Sanity that we have created a schema, and then we want you to be aware of the schema. So first, I think we have to import, right? Then it's going to be schema from Sanity schemas, right? And then here we now tell Sanity that we have a schema, so it's schema, and then we open, then you say type, then schemas like this, we save. Okay, let's see what the issue is. Schema error. Okay, let's just go over everything. Okay, did we import it correctly? Schemas, let's see if we exported it correctly. Import schema, export schemas. Okay, perfect. Sanity schemas, export default schemas. Okay, that's good. User schema. Let's go back to the user schema and check if this is the way that we're supposed to write it. There might be a small mistake. Okay, so name user, title user, type document, fields, name, title, type, name, title, type. Yeah, that's good. Okay, then we close this. Right. Okay. We didn't export the user. We save that. Compiled. We come back here. Let's refresh. So we have to export. We forgot to export. Just a small mistake. So we've now told Sanity that we have a user schema. Okay, so you now see in Sanity we get this user. Okay, perfect. So yeah, this is from previous code. Let's just delete this, disregard this. Should be blank for you and for me. Okay, so user, then we say enter, we say create new user, name, email, right? We go back to our user schema. So this is our user schema. So let's say name, email. Let's say we no longer want to store email, or I think the best way would be to add a field. So let's say you want to store name, email, then we also want to know like when this account was created, right? So we want to store so name is going to be Yeah, because in database we have a field called created at. Name is going to be, type is going to be of date time, and then options, validation rule is not going to be required. We're going to have options. Okay, then the options is going to have a date format, date. Yeah, so all of this is in the sanity documentation. So yeah, don't worry about all of this. It's going to be year, and then month, and then day, time, hour, minutes, seconds. Then yeah, it's going to be like this. And then we come here. This field is going to be a read-only field. So when you make a read-only field, it means later on we can't come and change this field, because we don't want, yeah, you wouldn't want someone to be able to change the created at. So yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, let's just leave it at that. Refresh, we come here, it refreshes. So once you change the schema, you see we now have a created at field. So what we're doing in our code and what's happening in this admin dashboard, sanity dashboard, is all in sync. Everything is synchronized, right? Perfect. Next up, we now want to, so when we log in, right, we're logging in using clerk, but then here in sanity, we don't know like who's logged in. We have no idea. So what we want to do, once you log in, so the very first time that you log in, we want to take this name and the email, and then we want to send it to sanity so that we have a record of who's logged in, right? How do we do that? So we have a user schema here with name, email, and created at. Okay, so let's close all the other pages that are not necessary. So in sanity utils, so we created a folder here, sanity utils. That's where we're going to write the code, right? So we're going to import. So sanity gives us something called create client. This comes from Next Sanity, and then it gives us something called grok, which is their language, right? So it's like a GraphQL type of language, right? Then we say client, then create client. So it's like, think of this as like a database connection string, like kind of thing, right? It's not, but think of it like that. Okay, so we go into our sanity config, we take our project ID, right? Project ID, production, everything is correct, right? And then what else? So project ID, dataset, API version. We need the title. Do we have the title here? Yeah, we don't have the title. So yeah, the title is required here. Title. Our title is Artshop. Okay. Then we need a token. Okay. Then we say process. Process.env. Is that the spelling? Dot next underscore public underscore sanity underscore API underscore token. This looks good. We take this, copy this, go into our env, paste this equals, then we go to sanity, we go to settings, right? API settings. So this is what I was talking about on cause. You are supposed to allow all these things to be able to connect, because if you don't allow these things, when you try to connect, it's going to say no, right? So you see here it's allowed, right? Yeah, where it says API tokens, so I already have one, right? But if you don't have a token, like let's see if I can, so tokens, let's see if I can view the token. Yeah, so I can't view the token, so let me create a new one. So you guys are also going to need to create a new token, and then let's say Artshop 2. You can name it whatever you want, and then we're going to give it editor permissions, right? Copy this, paste it in here, save, close everything up, go back to our utils, then let's finish. Okay, so what we want to do, we want to create a way to be able to get a user by an email, right? So how do we do that? We create it as a function that can be exported. It's going to be an asynchronous function, then it's going to be get users by email. So it's going to be like this. Okay, let's see. Okay, this is not what we want. Then it's going to be get user by email. It's going to be like this. Then it's going to return a client dot fetch. Yeah, let me just type all this out, then I'll explain it to you. Then it's going to be grok. Yeah, let me just type it out, then we can explain. Then it's going to be like this underscore type equals to user. Okay, user, then ampersand email is equal to $email. Okay, something like this. Okay, then we open this up. So yeah, it's going to be like this. Okay, let me just format everything perfectly so that we don't get any errors. Then comma. Okay, then here is going to be email. Then we terminate here. Okay, perfect. Then here we tell it what we wanted to return, which is this. Okay, perfect, right? Okay, so what is this doing? We're saying get users by email. We pass in an email, and then we're telling, so this grok is a language, so we're saying get type of user, right? This type is what we put here where we said name. So we're saying go into our database, look under users, and then we want a user where the email is matching this email. So this $sign is a variable to say this email we wanted to match with this email. And then, you know, with GraphQL you can specify what you wanted to return, and then we say we wanted to return the ID, the name, the email, and the created at. So yeah, that's what it returns. We save. Okay, perfect. And then we need another one. So why do we need this? Maybe so that it becomes easier for you guys to understand. So when we log in, we're going to get, we have this email, right? So this get users by email is going to help us to check in the database. Does this email exist in the database? If it exists in the database, we have no need to create that user in the database. But if it doesn't exist, we're going to create that user. That's what we're now doing. So it's going to be a nice synchronous function again. So all these functions, they are synchronous functions. And then It's going to be create user name, right? But then we're just going to send it at once, so it's going to be user data, right? Then in the user, I think I made a mistake here. Okay, perfect, right? So in the user there, we're going to structure the name, the email from the user data. Once we get that, then we're going to say const new user is equals to, then we await, because we're making a call, client.create, right? So this is like a function that we get, and then it's going to be type of user name, email, and then remember we also want created at. So here we're going to say created at is going to be a new date, perfect. Then if it's successful, we're going to return the new user. Yeah, that's a complete function, perfect, right? Let's see, let's refresh and see if there are any issues. Okay, perfect. So there are no issues there, everything is working. Okay, let's test out our function. But then before we do that, in our user schema under email, we want to make the email unique so that we never have a situation where we have two emails, right? So it's just an extra check. So it's going to be dot unique to make sure that the email is unique. Because yeah, when we check in the database if the email is there, let's say the network is not working, we don't want a situation whereby the network not working means that we're going to not find the user and then we're going to put another user and then we have two users with the same email. So we don't want that. We want a special check that even though the network might not be working and we don't find that user, we're still not putting the user in because the user is unique, right? So that's another, just a nice check. Okay, so we go to our app, main page. So this is taking place on the main page, right? On this page. So after we log in, we go to that page, and then yeah, we want to import get users by email. Then we want to import create user. Perfect. And then let's see, are we importing? So we want this to be a server-side call. So this function has to be an export default. We have to make it an asynchronous function. And then here we delete where we're exporting it by default. And then this becomes an asynchronous function. And then, so clerk gives us the current user. So we're saying import current user from clerk. So clerk tells us who the current user is. So we say const, right? User, await current user. Then if, okay, if the user does not exist, right, we're not redirecting because this is happening on the server. Remember, it's a server-side call. So we wanted to send back HTML that says user not, or you are not logged in. Because if clerk doesn't have the user, it means you're not logged in. Okay, and then here we say const existing user, right? Then we await get user by email, right? Get user, so we need to pass in an email, right? So it's user dot, so the way that it works, we need to check it's user dot email addresses, right? And then email addresses is an array because it's a lot of emails. But then the first one is the primary email, and then we say email address like this. So that's how we get the email. And then yeah, so all of this is in the documentation, and I'm also going to put the code, so yeah, don't worry. And then so if it doesn't exist, then we're going to create the user, then we're going to keep passing the name, so this is correct, but we also always put ternary operators just in case it's not available. And then yeah, and then we just yeah, name, email, yeah, that's perfect. And then let's save. So if it works, we're going to have a new file here. So let's refresh. So if it works, it's going to go in the database and check if coding with Douglas exists. If it doesn't exist, it's going to create it. Right? Let's see. Okay, coding with Douglas. So it created twice, which we're trying to avoid. So now let's debug and see why it's created twice. Right? Okay, so it created twice because yeah, we did we took code that ChatGPT gave us, which is wrong. I mean, which Copilot gave us. So if existing user dot length, right, is equals to 0, that means it didn't find anything. Then we're going to create the user, and then the user is going to be created with the first name. Okay, so yeah, now it's not going to create because it's going to be there. So let's delete everything so that we can start again. Delete. Yeah, but then that means that their unique emails doesn't really work, because that should have stopped that, right? You can look for other solutions, but that should have stopped that, right? So let's refresh, and then it's going to check the database if the email is there. If it's not there, it's going to put it there. Perfect, right? Then Douglas, coding to Douglas, and then we refresh again. So it's not supposed to put it since this is now the second time, right? And then it's putting it. So let's debug why it keeps doing that. Okay. Let's go through our code. So if user, then existing user, get users by email, user dot email address dot email, then if existing user dot length is equals to 0, then yeah, so if its existing user is equals to 0, then okay, so let's remove that. If it's equals to 0, then we create because it doesn't exist. Okay, yeah, this is correct. Then let's check our utils to see if this function is working properly. Get users by email, we get the email client.fetch, type of user, and email is equal to email, then we get the ID name, right, then email. Okay, let's refresh that and let's check. Okay, I think let me restart. Because we want this to be unique. Okay, let's come here. Okay, and then let's go into our user schema and also check. email validation required, root dot required, dot unique. Yeah, so email is supposed to be unique. Yeah, name not really, doesn't matter. And then let's just run and check. Okay, let's run. Page. Okay, perfect. Let's wait for it to finish. Yeah, it takes time to compile because now it's sanity. Yeah, so you must also take that in, into your mind when you're using sanity and then you're self-hosting it. Yeah, on your machine is going to be overloaded, but then on the server I think it'll be fine. But yeah, Next.js is very good when it caches something. It starts to become fast as you cache it, and then it's just getting the data from local storage, then it becomes fast. Okay, so yeah, that creates. But then when we refresh again, right, we're saying that it shouldn't create because it already exists, right? So that's the issue. Okay, let's run it a third time and see. And then we need to check what the issue is. So it's not doing it a third time. It's just doing it. Okay, let's see. Coding with Douglas. Coding with. Okay, let's just refresh again. The issue is sorted. Yeah, so I don't know what's going on with Sanity, but yeah, so I added the check here. So when you try to create a user, we then also check if the email, if the user already exists. If the user already exists, it will say user with this email already exists. If it doesn't, it tries a new user. And let's just test it out. So here we have one user. We refresh. And then yeah, we no longer have duplicates. Okay, so yeah, that's sorted. Okay, so after this, I think the next part we should be working on adding the functionality to be able to get the data from Sanity. So from Sanity, we want to be able to create products, and then once we have products, we want to be able to get these products. So just find some images online, and then just get some products. Yeah, so yeah, if I create the schema for products, I should have access to my products because I have some products already in the database. But then for you, just create some products. So for this part, we'll go through it together. So let's schemas. So let's create a product schema. Product schema.js. Then const product. Okay, then the name is going to be product, then the title is going to be product, the type is going to be document, then we're going to have fields, and the fields is an array of objects. Okay, so it's going to be going to be an array of objects. So it's going to be name, it's going to be name, title is going to be name, type is going to be string, validation. Do we want, yeah, we want to validate because everything must have a name. Validation, rule required. Okay. Okay, like this. And then, so it's going to have, so there's a field that they call a slug. So this field, it allows us to be able to open a single product, right? We give it a type of slug, and then we give it we'll give it options, name, max length. So we want a max length of 200. Then validation rule of required. Yeah, a slug is always going to be required. And then after slug, we have an image and then a description. So here we're going to have name of description, title of description, type of text, then validation, perfect. We're going to have name, it's going to be price, type of title of price, type of number, and then validation rule required dot minimum of 0. So these are just validation rules. It's not really a big deal. Then we want to create an at name created at, and then created at type of date time. Yeah, I will not really say it's going to be, so we can just copy from the user. Yeah, because writing all this is kind of a bit too much. Okay, let's just paste this in. Okay, perfect. And then under slug, we want a field name. We want, so this one we want it to hold an image. Okay, so we're just going to have one. Yeah, to make it fancy, you can add in more images, but for me I'm just going to have one image. And then so an image has a field called hotspot, so which allows you to be able to crop it, and then validation rule, then we save, and then we come here to our index. Let's go in our product. Okay, so yeah, we forgot to export again. Remember to always export, otherwise it will give you an error. Here we import the product from product schema here, then we say product, and then now Sanity will have access to it. Okay, we come here, let's just go to admin. Okay, then Sanity will now have access to my products. Okay, yeah, for you it's going to be blank since you didn't have any products, but then I'll show you how you can add the products. Okay, it's loading. We come into products, add product, then you see name, slug. So slug is generated from name, so name will say test, and then you generate, so it's generated from the name, and then you drag an image, then you put the image, you put the description, you put the price, you put the created ad, then you click publish, and then once you do that, it's going to be like this, right? So I already have some products that I have. So this one, let's just get rid of it. Okay, I have some products that I have. Okay, So perfect. Let's close this, close this. Okay, so in our utils, we now want a function that gets all the products, right? So let's go to the top, export async, get all products. Yeah, so just you can just shorten this to get products, and then return a client dot fetch, and then it's like this. Okay, then it's a grok. This is the grok command. Okay, perfect. So we get the ID, the created data, the name, the slug, the image. Okay, then we get the description, then we get the price. Okay, but then for image, so there's a way that we get the image, which is not like this. And then there's a way that we get the slug, which is not like this. So for the image, we do it like this, because if we just do it like normal image, like what it was like right then, it would get us the actual, you know, the actual image in bytes, and then or the location of the image or the ID of the image, but we want the URL, right? And then for the slug, we want the slug.current, right? So that's what we want. So that's why we don't get it like in that kind of way, right? So now we want to get the products. So we import get products, and then we need to fetch the products on the server side. So const products, get products. Okay, perfect. Then here we save so that we have one card. We have one card, and then to know that the products was fetched successfully, right? We're going to map through the products, then send the. So if it was a success, we're going to have 8 cards, right? If it was successful, if there was an error, then okay, perfect. So it was a success. We're able to get the cards, and then let's see. Okay, perfect. So we have the cards, and then we're passing in the product. We go to the card. So let's just quickly do this card. So in the card, we destructure the product. Then here in the image, it's product dot image, but then you need to check. Then here it's product dot name. Then here is product dot description dot description. Okay, then here is product dot price. Save. Then hopefully everything works. Okay, let's save that. Let's see if it's compiling. It's compiled. Okay, so it's saying invalid source prop, hostname CDN. Okay, so what happens with Next.js when you're serving images? You need to add the image into the Next.js config file. You come here, and then here you say images. So yeah, like this, images. Then you add it. So we need to add this to this file, and then the images will be able to serve. Let's wait for it to load. Okay, go and refresh, and then hopefully everything is working. Okay, whilst it loads, I can explain what we're doing. So now when we open this file, right, this is all happening on the server. When it opens this file, we're telling Next.js to get the products on the server. Get the products is this function which is going into Sanity and getting the ID of the product, the created ad, the name, the description, the price, the image, and the slug. Right? Once it gets those products, it's looping through the card that we created, passing in that product, and then here we're destructuring that product, then we're displaying the image, we're displaying the name, the description, and then the price. And then yeah, once it loads, you should be able to see the products. Yeah, so yeah, it's compiling. You should be able to see. Okay, so what's next after this? We need to start adding those products. Okay, so the first thing, when you click the product, we need to be able to go to that product page, right? So that's where that slug comes in. Okay, it says compiled. Okay, and then you see it's now working. So the images take time to load. Yeah, because I was using very, very big images. Okay, so yeah, you see the titles, the description, and then the prices. They're now coming in. So we just need to wait for the images to load. And then yeah, we're now fetching successfully from our Sanity backend. And then yeah, this backend, remember, it's on localhost 3000 admin. So this backend, when you host your application, this will be the admin panel that people will be using. So your e-commerce now is an admin panel. This is where you're going to be handling the orders. This is where you're going to be handling everything, right? And then you see our images are now coming in. Yeah, these are high quality images, so yeah, they will take time. Yeah, depending on your internet speed also, right? You know, some of you, if you have like fast internet. Okay, perfect. So you see, this is all coming from the database. Yeah, so on your side, you won't have these products. You just come add, then you add all the products. Yeah, it will take time. You just add the products, add the descriptions. I got the images on Unsplash, that website that I showed you. And then yeah, we have our product. When we click these products, we need to be taken to a details page. So let's check if so let's close. Okay, we can leave these two. We come to details page, right? So that's not how we want the details page to be like. So the details page, we want it to be a slug, right? So how we do that, how we do like a slug in Next.js. So let's do like this. Let's copy all of this, then delete this file, the details file, right? But then we copied it, right? So we come here, then we create details. That's the spelling, right? Okay. Then we, inside we create a folder. We call it slug, right? Like this. So that's how you create a slug. So it's a folder with square brackets, and then in here page.js, and then we import everything back. Then let's see. Yeah, so here we just need to go in a level deeper on our imports, and then here it gives us something called params, which we need to destructure. We say const, we get the slug from the params, right? And then for now, let's just display the slug, right? We come into card. This is where we have access to the slug. Remember, it's product.slug. We have access to that from here. Remember, when we're getting the slug. So we come in here. Yeah, you don't need to understand what a slug is. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, we get the link. Okay, let's just try to use it. I'm forgetting the import. Let's try to use it, then we can auto import. Yeah, perfect. Then we auto import that. Then it's like this, product.slug, but our route is not product, it's details, right? Then we come in and we close the link. We save that. So now when we click the card, it's going to take us to details with the slug, right? And then here, we're going to access the slug and we're going to display it. So we come back here. Let's check if it's refreshed. It's refreshed. Okay, so we click the product and then you see, we click the product and then here, this is the slug, water viewing mountain, right? That's the slug. We come here, water view mountain. We view that product in Sanity and you see on slug it says water view mountain. This is how we're going to fetch, right? So we come here and then we get this product, right? So on this page, right, we need to then fetch this product. So we come here and then we need to, so here we have get products. Now we need a new one which is called get products by slug, right? So it's going to be export sync get product by slug. Perfect. And then it's going to be a return client.fetch type of product current.slug, then slug, then we get ID, create a name, images, then return. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so this is what we need. Then we get the product by slug. We go back to the page, we can close the card, and then here we import the get product by slug, and then here we delete this because this now needs to be a server-side call, so it needs to be an export default async, right? And then here is const product get product by slug. Then in details we pass in the product, then it's product, then we save this. So it means now we have access to this product. Once we have access to this product, we want to display it in the details. So in the details we now have access to the product, but then yeah, the product comes in as an array. Then we go into our components, details, right? We destructure this product. So this is all happening on the server, so you can't see it as it is happening. You have to display it, right? So we have to go right displaying it to be able to see it because it's all happening on the server. So there's no way like to be able for me to be able to show you as I'm coding it. You just code and then you hope that is correct because it's all happening on the server. Product.name, okay, product.price, product.price, product dot then description. Okay, save that. Then let's see if it got the stuff. Water view mountain, yeah, got the stuff. I think, yeah, it got the stuff because yeah, you can see the title, the description, and the price, and then the image. So yeah, got the stuff. Now let's remove this slug here that's displaying in the corner. Perfect. So we visit this page, we get the slug. Using that slug, we get product by slug. Using this function, we get the product. We're passing it on to details, and then we're displaying the product. Okay, so that was a bit fast, but yeah, that's what we're doing. Okay, so the next part we're going to be implementing the cart. So to implement the cart, we're going to need global state. So for global state, we're using a package called zoostand. Let me clear this. So you do npm install zoostand, right? And then yeah, let's just wait for that to install. Okay, so zoostand is a global state. We need global state to be able to use our cards, right? So let me just run our app again. Dev. Okay, perfect. Okay, so we no longer need this. Okay, so we come here. So let's say I add something to this cart. I click this button, add to cart, right? The cart is on another page, right? It's on a separate page. How does something which is on a separate page access that information? So we need something called global state, right? Let me see. Let me go on ZooStand and see if they. Okay, so they don't have like a nice website where you can maybe explain, so you can see the visual like representation of state and how it works, how we can visualize it. Yeah, they don't have anything. That's okay. Yeah, so state is just something which is sitting above your whole application, and you can add to it. You can access it from any application. So that's what we need for this cart. We need to be able to add to this cart, remove from this cart, right? From this page, right? And then go to that page, and the cart is still there. So that's what we need. So for that, we installed ZooStand, and then in the same file in the app, we create a file called cart store.js. Inside here, we import, create, right, from ZooStand. Okay, so ZooStand gives us something called create, and then const use cart. Okay, so here for the store, because it's pretty, our store is pretty long. What we can do, okay, so what we can do is we can come into the code. So I'm going to share the code with you guys in the description. We can just copy, and then we can go through it, like sort of like explaining how it's working, right? Just to save on time. And yeah, okay, so with ZooStand we create our cart store. So ZooStand is the easiest. So there's ZooStand, there's Context API, there's Redux, but then I found that ZooStand is the easiest one, right, to set up and use with Next.js. So we're going to have cart totals, and then cart items, okay? And then, so here we have functions. We have two functions, right? Add to cart, and then we have remove from cart. And then we have clear cart, calculate cart total, calculate, but then these are internal functions, right? So the external function that we're concerned with, it's remove from cart and add to cart. So add to cart, right? When we call, we're going to be calling this function like how we're just calling those utils to get product by Slack, to get users by email. That's how we're going to be calling this. So we're going to be calling add to cart, and then we pass in the product that we want to add and its quantity. Then what it's going to do is going to map through the existing products, right? And then it's going to try and find, right, if that product is existing, right? If that product is existing, instead of adding another product, it's going to increase the quantity, right? So let's say we're trying to buy a painting, right? Like we're trying to buy the Mona Lisa, right? It's like a fake painting, so we have like maybe 20 Mona Lisas, right? So you add the first Mona Lisa, you come back, you add the second one. We're not going to have two Mona Lisas in the cart, right? We're going to have one Mona Lisa, but then on quantity it's going to say two, right? So that's what it's doing, right? If the new quantity is less than equal, remove the item from the cart, right? So this is for, you're going to see when this is working, okay? Then existing, if the product already exists, update the quantity to the new quantity, or else add the product, right? If the product doesn't exist, add it to the cart with the new quantity, right? Then remove from cart, or just filtering out the item that you want to remove. Okay, perfect. So this is working. Then we need to go to the details page. So in the details page, we need to import, not in the page as such, because the button is in the components. So we need to go into our details component, and then we need to import the use cart store. Import the use cart store. So in here we need to import the use cart store, And then where are we importing? We're importing from store. So you come here, you see use cart store. So we're importing that, and then we say const. So yeah, this is going to be a use, because we're going to use state for the form. Use state for the form. So whenever you're using state, it's no longer a server component, it's now a client-side component. Okay, just to get that out of the way. And then here it's const cart equals use store cart. Then let's console log the cart to see if what we did was correct in setting up ZooStand. See if we don't get any errors. Am I running the server? Yes. Let's refresh. Okay, so we must see an empty array. Yeah, so this server 500 is for the favicon. Yeah, don't worry about that. Let's wait for that to load. Okay, we want to display the cart. Yeah, once it loads, we might as well just continue. Yeah, so we're getting the cart from the use store. Then we also want to get, so we want to get that function, the add to cart. Is that the way? Add to cart, yes. And then yeah, we want a function called handle add to cart. So what does handle add to cart do? It adds the product and then it adds the quantity, right? And then we come here on the button. So when you click the button on click, it's going to handle add to cart, right? So when you click that button, it's going to handle add to cart, and then yeah, perfect. The quantity, let's see, yeah, then we get the empty, so it means it's working. Okay, then so that's good. Then we now need state for quantity. Okay, by default it's 1. Then we have our input here. The value is equal to quantity. Then on change, take the event, we set the quantity to the event dot target dot value. Yeah, this is just basic React. We come here, so instead of sending 1, we now send the quantity. Perfect. Then now let's inspect. Yeah, hopefully everything went well. Then let's check the cart. So if everything went well, when we click add to cart, okay, yeah, so there must be something wrong because it's not adding. Okay, let's go back. Let's compile the cart, add to cart. Okay, we're no longer console logging the cart. Let's console log the cart. And then we see our cart now has something. Then you see here, this has been added with a quantity of 1. Let's increase the quantity. So let's say quantity is 3, add to cart. And then quantity is 3. Perfect. And then here for the input, let's, instead of type text, remember it's a number, because that might also affect in a way. Okay, perfect. And then here, let's reduce to back to 1. We add, then our quantity goes back to 1. So our cart is now working, which is good, right? So our cart is working, and then, which means now we can go to our header, and then we can now make this real. Right now it's fake, it's just showing 0 always, right? So we go to our header. Remember, in our cart we have a function called calculate cart total. Then there's calculate cart total items. So that's what we need. Total items, that's what we need, right? And then that's total items. That's so we need to import the use. So you see how easy ZooStand is to use. There's no providers, there's no reducers, there's no calling actions. It's just giving you your actions, giving you your state. It's very simple, right? Const total items, state dot total items, perfect. Then, so yeah, this is what we want to display. We come here where it says 1, right? But then the way that we want to do this, right? If the total items, so what we want to do here is like this. Oh, also on the shopping cart, we want a link, right? When you click the shopping cart, we want a link that goes to the cart, right? We might as well just get that out of the way. Okay, so if there's nothing in the cart, right? So yeah, it was nice enough to just include that. Okay, just double checking. Okay, perfect. So if there's nothing in the cart, so if the cart is 0, it's going to show nothing. Else, if the cart has things in it, then it's going to show. So we come here, let's refresh. Okay, so you see what it says. Use ref only works in client components, right? So it means that it tried to render this on the server, because Next.js by default it renders things on the server. It wasn't able to because we're using something which is on the client, so we have to say use client, right? Tell it, hey, I'm using a client component, so don't try and do this on the server. So that's what we just told it, and then this error goes away, right? Okay, so yeah, it's cart plus the user. Once we add, then we get the 1, right? And then we increase quantity. It's still 1 because it's just to the same product, right? Perfect. Then if we click cart, we should get taken to the cart. But then there's nothing here because we haven't done anything on that page yet, right? Perfect. Okay, so we now need to go on the cart page, and then we now need to display what is in the cart. So go to the cart component, close the header, details, we no longer need this. Yeah, the store, we can leave it. We come to cart page. So on cart page, remember we have these fake products that we're looping through. We no longer need those. So it's now import use cart store. And remember, once you're using cart store, it's now a client component, just so we don't run into that same error. Use cart store. Then here, let's just remove. We no longer need this. So it's const. Okay. Cart. Do we need the cart? Yeah, because we need to see the items in the cart. So it's cart. Okay, perfect. Then instead of products, it's now cart. Okay. Then perfect. So remember, we just have one thing in the cart, which is this, right? So we're good. And then yeah, it's product.quantity. Let's see what we named it here. So it's cart, updated cart. Quantity, so it's this. It's not the way that we're writing it here. There, perfect. Let's see. Then we get the quantity. So yeah, this is good. But then now, when we click this button, we need to be able to remove. Okay, so we come here. But then we can do that first. So it's const remove from cart. Then yeah. Then const handle remove from cart. Handle remove from cart. Then yeah, it takes in the product ID, then it removes it from cart, Then we need this function, and then we need to pass it to the trash can. Yeah, the trash can icon. So when you click that trash can icon, we need an arrow function inside here. Since it doesn't have native on click, then yeah, we need to handle remove product.id, but then it's not like this because the ID of the product is like this, then it's underscore ID, and then we save, right? So if we're correct, compiled, once we click here, it removes from the cart. Then when I click here, I want to go back to the home page. So let's go back to the header, right? Then header image. Let's see how I should do this. I want a link, but I don't know, should I do it around the image or around everything? So I think I should just do it around everything. Link, then once you press it, it goes here. Then here we close that link, save, and then also once you hover over it, I want a cursor of a pointer. So yeah, you get a cursor pointer. Once you click, you should go to the home page. Maybe I don't know why it's taking, yeah, it's taking its sweet time, maybe because the server is loading. Let's just fill up the cart, add to cart, go back to the home page, add to cart, then view the cart. Then you see, perfect. Now we need to display the images are wrong. Are we passing in the image in the cart? Let's check. So yeah, the image is a value that we're giving. So let's say it's now product dot image, save. Is it that easy? Okay, yeah, it's that easy. So it's done. It's done. Then okay, let's see. We need the total. We need to display the total. Then we need to display cart. So here we can say const total items in the cart, then const. So the cart, the beauty is the cart is coming with the cart total. So we don't have to, worry like, hey, how are we going to do the total? So here is div, build a nice div, and then yeah, trade my mind. Okay, cart total, and then checkout, but then we don't just want the checkout. We want, yeah, for now let's just do this. Then let's see what it looks like. Okay, total, yeah, then we have a total, we have a checkout. Perfect. Okay, but yeah, it's not looking as nice. Let's just make it look nice. Okay, so it's max. So this is for the checkout button. Yeah, it's max width of SM, then max auto space y4. Okay, something like this. So it's in the okay, but we still need it to be a bit big. So we needed the button to be a width of full. Let's see if that makes any difference. Yeah, it's getting there. The text should be white. The text should be a bit large. Is there any text? The text should be large. Then I want the font to be semi-bold so that it becomes okay. Yeah, starting to come out. Okay, then yeah, total. Okay, let's just say 10 so that it doesn't look okay. And then the text is a bit too big, so I can say text MD. md with text base, I don't remember. Yeah, this is much better. So you get the total, or the total, I don't think it should be a flex. It's the total, and it should just be a space x of 4, something like this. Then text, we can just put lg like this. And then yeah, should be like this. Then yeah, I think we can leave it like this. Checkout, yeah, this should be good. Can remove from cart. As we remove, the total is changing. We remove, the total becomes 0. Okay, yeah, I think this is good. If you want to go back, you just press the home button, and then you're taken back to the home page. Yeah, I think this is good. Next part, we're going to be implementing Stripe. So we want, when you're on the cart, yeah, so it's just going to be simple. Yeah, nothing fancy. You can customize on your own. For now, we're just going to have a small form here. You fill in your details, you pay. Once you pay, we create an order here, and then yeah, it won't be too complicated. So yeah, don't tune out yet. You made it this far. Let's just keep going. Going to implement Stripe. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to shut down the server, give it a break, npm install. So we need 3 packages. So add stripe /react dash stripe dash js. Yeah, I hope I don't make a mistake. Then add stripe, okay, /stripe dash js. Yeah, so the one with React, then there's the one with, so it's React dash stripe js stripe /stripe js. Then there's the normal Stripe. Okay, so we need these 3 packages. Okay, so whilst they install, head over to Stripe, create an account. You come to this, then you click developers, then you come where it says API keys. Okay, then we get this publishable key. So in your env, I'm going to show you how you write it. So you come here. Okay, done. npm run dev. Okay, so that was quick. So we come here in our env. Okay, that's running. Let's just reload our server. Okay, so yeah, it's next underscore public underscore stripe. Okay, is the stripe publishable key. So this is the one that you can show everyone. Then there's the Next.js secret key. Okay, so you come here, the publishable key, click to copy. So this is the one you can show everyone. Perfect. Yeah, so I'm going to show you. I'm not going to bother hiding, because after the tutorial I'll just delete these things. We'll save. Okay, so we now have our Next.js publishable key, and then our Stripe secret key. Okay, that's done. So yeah, our server is running. Let's just check. Yeah, perfect. Everything is running good. We close this. Okay. What we want to do now in our cart. Okay, let's start with the backend. So with Stripe needs to run on a server, right? So we need to create a folder called API. So there's no way to run Stripe without running it on the server. Yeah, it's most likely security issues. Route.js. Okay, perfect. Okay, so we import our next response from next server. Okay, once we import that, then we say const stripe. Okay, that was a mistake. Const, let's just command B to get more space. So our stripe, and then equals to new stripe, and then so it's not this because we saved it as another name in the env. So we want the secret key, copy the variable name so that we get it right. Yeah, because if we make mistakes, then yeah, some of these errors you'll be like, hey, what's happening? But it was just small issues. Then async function, then it's going to be a post request. Then we take the request, right? Then in the request, we want the data. Then we await the request, right? .json. Yeah, so this is the new way of doing it. Then we say const amount. Since that's an amount, the amount is in the data, right? Then we say try. We're now making a request to the Stripe API. Then it has a payment intent. The payment intent, we have to create the payment intent. The payment intent takes an amount in a currency, which is usually USD. Okay, so let's just do it properly. An amount. So here we're converting it to a number because we don't care, like maybe it's going to come in as a string, so we just want to do our due diligence and just check, right? And then here we catch. So this is going to be any error that happens, we're going to catch it, and then we're going to return next response dot json. Then it's going to be a status 400, something like this. And then here we're going to return the Next.js.json 200, and then we're not returning data, but we're returning an intent, and then that's going to be the payment intent, and then we open that, and then we return the client secret. Okay, yeah, so let's go back. Yeah, so save again. So this works. We come to the, so here we have the cut component. We don't want that. We want the cut page, right? So yeah, we open the cut page, because inside the cut page we want to set up the stripe. So we say import, then we say load stripe. Okay, then we say import. So this is just a way so that Stripe, they do everything for us. We're just loading it so that they can help us with this. And then it's next stripe public stripe publishable key, just to verify if that's how we saved it. Let's just copy the way that we saved it. We close it here, we paste it in here, save. Okay, perfect. And then we need to wrap the cart in the elements. Okay, save that. Then now we go back to the stripe component, to the cart component that's been wrapped in stripe. Import card element. So card element from, okay, then we need to import use elements. Then we need to import use stripe hook. Okay. And then we need to import those functions. Yeah, use stripe, then elements. Perfect. And then we need to find a place where we can put this card element, right? This will just show us if what we've done so far is correct. So I would say, yeah, we need a div. Yeah, something like this. Then if we've done everything correct, so it's telling us that this needs to create context works in client components. Let's go back and check if our card is using client. It's not. So let's use client here. Use client, save that, and hopefully everything that we did was correct. Yeah, perfect. So what we did was correct. Then you can see, yeah, we can enter the card number, but then everything is so, yeah, I don't like the design. Everything is so close together. Margin top, margin bottom, 6. Okay, okay, so inside here, let's just say margin bottom 2, see how that looks. Okay, yeah, it's barely noticeable, but okay, let's see. Okay, so yeah, that's good. And then once you fill in the card, you need to hit this button which says checkout. Then checkout, it does what's known as an on submit, and then we need to define what this on submit means. Like when someone clicks on submit, we need to define what are they doing, what does the on submit mean. Okay, so I think we can do it here. Const on submit. Then yeah, let's see. Okay, so if it's not equal to stripe, return now. Okay, so if stripe has not been initiated and if element has not been initiated, then return now, right? But then yeah, we're not going to have this value yet because elements, okay, we're going to need to get card element. So it's going to be const card element, right? No small c. Then it's going to be elements, okay, dot get element, okay, then we want to get card. Okay, so now it's if not stripe, but then it's not even like this, so let's just delete this because we need a try and then we need a catch. Yeah, perfect. So inside this try, the first thing is if, right, not stripe or not card element, then return now. But then this can be one line, since it's just returning everything in one line. It doesn't need to be return now. Then yeah, that can be done. Then yeah, const. Remember, we're getting back. So we're now going to call the backend. So we forgot to install one more package, npm install axios. So whilst axios installs, yeah, let's just say import axios from axios. We're going to call that backend that we created, yeah, this route. We're going to call it from axios. So we're going to say await. Yeah, I think axios is done because it's very small. npm run dev await axios dot post to stripe, and then yeah, something like this. But then we need to send, we're not sending amount, we're sending data, and then the data is going to have an amount, and the amount is going to be cut total to, yeah, just cut total, I think is fine. And then you can console.log the data we get back. Okay, yeah, we can console log the data that we get back. And then after that, we need to send this data to confirm the payment. So const res equals await card data dot intent payment method is card, then card element. Okay, then const status, so it gives us back a status, and then yeah, this is what we console log at the end. So status will either be success. Okay, so let's explain what we're doing here. I think I was just coding without explaining. So once we hit submit, we send the cut amount to the backend. The backend, yeah, we open the amount, then we send that amount to Stripe. Stripe initiates the payment, checks if there's money in the card, gets the money from the card. Then here we get back an intent to say, okay, I want to pay, and then here we have to confirm the payment. Was the payment successful or not? So we're now asking Stripe, and then here they will tell us if it was successful or not. So let's just check it out. Let's put some stuff in the cart and then let's check it out if it's working. Okay, let's see if it's compiled. Compiling cart, so it's still compiling. Yeah, the issue is though all the Stripe stuff that we added, it needs to compile. So let's just give it some time to do that. And then if the payment is successful, we should be able to see it here in payments. So let's send something that we know the amount so that we can check if it was successful. Let's see. Yeah, it's taking too long. Yeah, with Next.js, most of these things, when you add any UI library or any, because we added Stripe, React Stripe, and so all of those things are like UI libraries, is adding some UI to your code. It then takes time to load, but then after that first time that it loads, then yeah, you're good. then you see our site is mobile responsive. Yeah, let's check. Yeah, it's compiled. Perfect. Let's just okay. Let's go back to the home page. Then let's add a few things to the cart. Okay. Yeah, let's add this fire painting. Okay, add to cart. Go back to cart. Then card details. So Stripe has a card that you can use for payment for testing. So it's 4242424242. So just put 42 until it ends, and then here you put a date which is in the future. Then for these numbers you can put any numbers that you want, and then check out. Okay, then here Axios error. Let's check what the error message was. Config data amount request 500, so it couldn't find the server. Let's check. So it's API Stripe. Let's check here. It's API Stripe. Let's come back to route, return Next.json. Let's console log. Console.log the amount. Let's come back to our cart page. Let's come back to our cart page. So post API Stripe seems correct. Okay, let's just check. Host. So it's localhost 3000 slash API slash Stripe. Stripe is not defined. So I think, yeah, so we're now getting the issues why that code is not running. We need to import Stripe. Okay, so yeah, we need to import Stripe from Stripe. And then let's see if that runs. So if it says cannot get, it must say something like cannot get or something like that, then we know that it's now running. Okay, let's try it. Okay, perfect. Succeeded. So now our payment is succeeded. We go here to Stripe, we go to payments. And then 490 has succeeded, 24 November. This is 24 November. Yeah, so these are all test payments I was doing and I was testing the system. Yeah, perfect. So our payments now succeeded. So let's go back to the header. So you see next to the header here, let's go to React icons, track. So we need an icon for shipping, for the order page. Okay, so FA track, yeah, this is good. Yeah, so in the header, let's import the icon, FA track, and then let's use it. So it's going to be FA track. We come here, we take the link. Okay, we want it after the shopping cart but before the user, something like this. And then here is going to be FA track. Then when you click it, it should go to the order page, because that's the page we're now doing next. Just a bit of a side track. Okay, so the status was a success. So after the status is a success on the payment, let's go back. So after the status is a success, what we want to do is we want to write to the Sanity backend. We want to write the order, right? So we want to take the whole cart and then we want to put it into the Sanity backend. And then why do we want to do that? Because we want the people at that own the shop to be able to see the order. So they see the order, they deliver the order, they see if we've paid, if we've not, they deliver the order. Once they deliver the order, we want to be able to see that on the order page. Was the order delivered? Have we paid? Yeah, so it's like an order management, but a very basic one. Then yeah, this is the order page. Let's just fix that issue. So here we want a margin left of 4. And then yeah, we just want a small space. Yeah, perfect. We just want a small space there. Okay, back at status. To inform us whether the order was a success or not, we need to perform an action based on that. So if Stripe says, hey, the order was a success, the person is paid, we want to save that information to Sanity database. If it was a failure, we need to display information to say, okay, the payment was not successful. Okay, so we need to create an order schema. Yeah, so to save time, I just did that. So we create a schema. We come to Sanity file. We create an order schema. We call it order with a title of orders, type document. It has a name, it has an email, quantity, price, created at, paid. So paid is a Boolean value. It can either be a true or false. Have you paid on this or have you not paid? It has a name of delivered, which is a Boolean. Has that product been delivered or not? Okay. Then in our Sanity utils, this order, we need to be able to create it. So this is the code for that. So this code, it takes in the person's email and then the cart. So it takes in the whole cart and then it's going to loop through the cart, saving it to the database. So remember, our cart has several products. So we loop through all these products one by one, saving them into the orders with your email so that we can fetch them later on, right? Then yeah, we save them, right? And then when you go to the order page, we need to fetch your orders. So we get your order by email. So we say, hey, what's your email? You give us the email, then we get your orders, right? I hope that makes sense. We come here, we can see the order is already there. We try to create an order, then you see all the fields. Then it makes more sense. Name, email, quantity, price, then paid or delivered, right? Perfect. So now, I think order we can remove this. We can remove this. We go to cart. So on cart, we say if the status is equals to succeeded, right? What do we want to do if the status is equals to succeeded? Then here we import the function create order. Okay, so if it's a success, we want to create the order, const email. So we also want to get the email. So remember how we were able to fetch the email. So we need to get the email from clerk. So that will be import use user. Okay, so that's not from Sanity. Import use user from clerk. Okay, so clerk gives us this thing is called a use user, and then this thing called a use user, it has a user that we can use. Okay, then that user we're able to get the email, because remember, to be able to create an order, we need an email. So const email is equals to user dot email addresses, okay, then email address, right? And then if, because the email might not be able to get it, yeah, so if not email, we return, right? If it's email, we say const res, then we send the email, and then we send the cart, because that's what it's expecting us to send. And then, yeah, if the res, we want to do something here. So if the res is successful, we want to import use router, because we want to navigate to the orders page. Use router from, so it's no longer next router, so it changed, it's now next navigation, right? And then we initialize it, then yeah, if it's a success, it's router dot push, not success. We want to push to order page, and then yeah, if it's a failure, we want to tell, so if it's a success, we just push, but then if it's a failure, we want a way to be able to tell the user, hey, your payment failed. So we can just alert payment failed, refresh that. Yeah, hopefully this works. So let's check it out. Yeah, it's refreshing. So we might need to add something new to the cart and then just check if it works. Okay, then yeah, let's get ready to open the orders page. So on the orders page, orders, okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's just, okay, let's go back home, add this $15 book painting. So let's just add 2 of them. Cart, $30. That's correct. 4242424242 24. Then here, just any number that you want. Then okay. Yeah, so we need a loading to see that it's doing something, because right now we have no way of knowing. Let's open our terminal and see. Okay, so it must have successfully. Let's check our orders. And then yeah, quantity of 2. So yeah, it worked. And then now we're on the order page. So we need to just add the loading to see, okay, yeah, it's working, rather than just, you know, waiting and guessing if it's working. Okay, so now we need to import use user, use user from clerk. We need to import, remember we have a function for getting orders by email, right? And then, oh, since this is going to be a server component, we can use the current user. Yeah, so if you read the documentation from, so yeah, let's just delete this. So it now knows that it's a server function. Then let's do an export default async function order. Let's remove these products that we had. Then let's get the user. So this is a server side. Call await. So this is all going to happen on the server. Current user. Then yeah, if it's not user, We don't return now because on the server there's no such. We return an empty div, return div which says not found. Okay, then if it's there we say const orders, right? Then we get order by email, then we come here, then it's orders, the name, product.id. Let's check. It's not product ID, it's product underscore ID. Name QTY, right? Paid, then status. So it's not going to be paid status like that. It's going to be like this because it's a boolean, and a boolean you won't be able to display it like that. So we have to, yes, like this, right? So we have to say product dot paid. If it's paid, we display paid. If it's not, then we display. Okay, same for this. It's going to be product dot delivered. Then if it is, then yeah, then let's just see if it works. Then perfect. You see our Boston Public Library product, yeah. Quantity we got 2, and we paid, right? If we want to get the price, we can. So product, yeah, we can just say before paid, we can say price, so that we see how much it was costing. So quantity, then price, save that, and then let's see what we get. So 50, then we put a $sign here. Yeah, perfect. And then not delivered. So the person working on the back end, once they deliver your service, they just come here where it says delivered, they click it, then they say publish, right? Then on this side, when you come in, it should say it's been delivered, so it says delivered, right? So yeah, I think our system is now good. Let's do one more test. Okay, done. So I come in, I'm like, oh, this is a nice painting. I come in, okay, come back, then I say, okay, this is a nice one. I add it, I go to my cart, okay, 800, okay, I fill in my card details, okay, 24, then I click the checkout, okay, then I wait for it to process the payment. Then once it processes the payment, it goes to the order page, right? Then I check the order page, and then on the order page we get the 2 paintings that we bought, the one for 300, then the one for 500. We paid, but we haven't delivered. And then to check that we actually paid, we come here, we refresh Stripe, and then we should see a payment for 300 and a payment for 500. Okay, and then once we see that payment, then we know that we have successfully paid. Okay, 800. So we paid. We can see that 800 was paid, and then here, not delivered, not delivered. And then they come in, they come into the admin. And they're like, okay, let's see. Let's deliver their product. They come in. They see that coding with Douglas, bought this painting for 500. Did we deliver to him? Yes, we delivered to him. Then we publish. Okay, this one we haven't delivered yet. And then on his side, you can see if it was delivered. Then you can see, yeah, it was delivered, but then this one hasn't been delivered yet. Okay, then yeah, we can log out, we can see the orders, we can go back to cart, we can go back to shopping, we can do whatever we want with the system. Okay, thank you guys for watching. Please like, please comment on the future videos that you'd like to see. Comment on what type of content I can make. Just subscribe. It keeps me motivated to keep making more videos. Thank you guys for watching. Hello guys, in today's video we're going to be learning how to build a full stack chat application using Next.js 14, using Firebase, and using JavaScript. So what we're going to do in this video, we're going to learn how to authenticate using Firebase. Then we're going to learn how to initiate a chat. So there'll be a part where there are users, and then you can initiate a chat which creates a chat room between these two users. Once you are in this chat room between these two users, you can send text messages. These will have a timestamp, and then we're using moment to show like the timestamp, like how long ago did you send the message. And then you can send emojis. You can also send images to the user. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do. So let's jump right into the demonstration. So when you first visit the application, you see the login page. The login page, you can create an account, you can log in. So first let's create an account. So you see here you can generate a new avatar. You can get the one that is automatically generated for you, but then here we can also pick a new one if we don't like that one. Okay, yeah, so I like this one, so I'll say Douglas codes, then we'll say codes@gmail.com. then we'll pick a password. Yeah, so right off the bat, let's say, okay, 1 2 3 4 5 6. So you can see this is not a valid email. Then we click sign up. It shouldn't sign up. It should tell you like, hey, this is an invalid email that you've provided us, right? Then we provide an accurate email, then sign up, then it signs up. And then this validation, we're doing it from scratch. We're not using any packages to validate. Then you go on users, and then you see all the users that are in the app, right? And then you choose like which user do you want to communicate with. So we can say you want to communicate with Elon Musk. Okay, then we come here on the chat room, and then right now it's empty. So right now in this side, we're logged in as Elon Musk. We go to chat rooms, and then we can see Douglas initiated a conversation with us. So before we click, we can come here and then we can say, hey man, send, hey man, and then here. So here, this is the last message that was sent. You can see it in the preview of the chat room. You open that, and then you see, hey man, a few seconds ago. So it's giving you a real-time chat. Then you say, how is it going? Okay, how is it going? And then here we can see how is it going. You can see this message was sent, and then we can add some emojis to say, okay, I don't know, like yeah, say it's going great. Okay, then here we can receive message with emojis. So here we can show the ability that we can send emojis, and then here we can say where are you, something like this. Then here we can see, then here we can upload images. So we have that ability to be able to upload images, then upload, and then whilst you're uploading, it shows you the progress of where the upload currently is. And then once it finishes uploading, this highlights to show you that you've uploaded, and you can say in the mountains. Okay, then you see we can send images. Then you can come back here, then you can see an image was sent and received. Then you can say, wow, that's great. Okay, and then you see as you send the message, it scrolls down automatically. So that's using use refs, and then it's using a use effect to automatically scroll down to the last message. yeah, we'll also show you how to do that, and then we're going to also build that, right? And then yeah, we're going to build everything you see here. I know the design is a bit simple, but I just wanted you guys to grasp some of the concepts behind how you can build a chat application, how you can add text, how you can add images, how you can add emojis, and then from here we can even go to adding video. We can even go to adding voice notes. Yeah, so you just let me know what features that you want me to add. And yeah, I know in this build I'm using JavaScript because I'm trying to teach, like the junior developers how we can do this without scaring some of you off, because I know some of you, once you see TypeScript, yeah. But then just let me know if you want me to do future videos in TypeScript. We can do that. And then here we can log out, and then we can log in as another user. Yeah, we can also log out and log in as another user. So yeah, this is what we're going to build today. Please subscribe, hit the like button, hit the notification button so that you're notified every time I post a video. Thank you for watching, guys. Okay, let's get started. So the first thing that we want to do is go to Next.js.org, and then we want to get the commands for installing Next.js. So we copy this, then we come here, open our terminal, then just cd into the directory where you want to install Next.js. So I'm just installing it on my desktop, and then we'll just call it chat. We're not going to be using TypeScript, we're not going to be using ESLint, Tailwind yes, source direction no, app router yes, no. Okay, perfect. Then just let that install. Yeah, it usually takes a bit of time to install. Then yeah, whilst it's installing, head over to Firebase, get started, follow the instructions on how to make an account. And then for me, I already have an account, and then I already have a project. But then yeah, for this, let's just make a new project, and then we'll say chat dash YouTube dash 2. Yeah, something like this. Okay, yeah, you can name it whatever you want. It really doesn't matter. And then yeah. Okay, so that's done installing. Then this is our project is creating. So to open our project, we cd into chat, then we say code, then we put a dot, or just drag the code and then pop it into VS Code. So both of those ways should work. And then to run everything, npm run dev. Okay, and then yeah, it's running on port 3000. Then let's come back here. I want it right here, and we'll say localhost. Okay, localhost 3000. Okay, perfect. So yeah, now our app is open, so we can close this. Then our project, let's just finish creating our project, setting everything up. Okay, so when you open your project, you first need to create an app. So this is going to be a web app, and then we can give it a name. So it can be the same name as the project, doesn't really matter. But we can just say chat. We're not going to be using Firebase hosting. Okay, we have our app. Then we come here where it says build. We need authentication. For authentication, we need email and user. Click get started. Yeah, so this is just basic setting up of things. Email and password save. Okay, so we have authentication. Then we come here where it says Firestore. We create a database. Yeah, from the get-go we won't need these things, but then it's better to always pick a location. We start in test mode. Yeah, it's always good to set up everything so that when you guys are watching the video it's well structured. We just set everything up in the beginning rather than going through the video trying to find where we set up. Then we set up the storage, and then yeah, those are the only three things that we need from Firebase. We need authentication, database, then storage. Okay, so yeah, whilst that sets up everything. Okay, creating bucket. Okay, yeah, let's just wait for that to set up everything. And then, so for the component library, for the stylings, we're using a library called Daisy UI. Okay, so just visit daisyui.com, and then to install it, we need this command. Then we come into our code, and then yeah, we install that, and then we go into our tailwind config, and then we're going to add this as a plugin. So into it, okay, you see here it says plugin. We're going to add this. Okay, perfect. Then Next.js example, just to see what it looks like. And then here you see we now have our storage, everything is working. And then we come here, project settings. In project settings, we come here where it says config. So we need this file which says firebase config. Okay, perfect. So yeah, okay, what is this now? Let's just see. Okay, so we need this button. Yeah, so it's just an example that they give you to test out if it's working. Okay, so our app is open. Yeah, this is saved. So to test if Daisy UI is installed, let's just do a bit of cleaning up. So we're using Next.js app directory. So in the app directory, we have the page, the layout. Then, so this page where it says get started by editing, this is the main page that you're seeing here, get started by editing. So we just need to delete this, and then, no, not the whole thing, we can just delete the main. Have a div here. Yeah, have a div, then have a button. So to see if Daisy UI is working, yeah, because we can both agree that BTN, that's not a tailwind class, BTN primary, that's not a tailwind class. So it must be a Daisy UI class. So if this gives us a nice button, then it means we've installed Daisy UI correctly. And then we get a nice button. So our Daisy UI is done. Our Firebase is done. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to install Firebase. Okay, open another terminal, npm install Firebase. So by default, it's going to install our Firebase version 9. I think that's the latest. And then this is going to be modular Firebase. Yeah, if you're coming from version 8, it will be like a different way of doing Firebase, where it gives you these modular functions that you can use in your code. Okay, whilst that installs, we're going to go out of our app. In the root directory, we're going to create a folder, and then we're going to call it the lib folder. And then inside the lib folder, we're going to create a file called firebase.js. Okay, so this is our Firebase initialization. And then in the Firebase initialization, we're going to import initialize. Okay, we're going to import initialize app from Firebase. Is that the correct spelling? Let me initialize the client, but it's valid. Never use Firebase app. Initialize, yeah, that's the correct spelling. And then we're going to import get firestore. Then we're going to import get auth, because those are the things that we need. Okay, get auth from auth, perfect. And then here, const Firebase like this. So here we're going to put the credentials that Firebase is going to give us. But for now, let's just leave that. And then we need to export app equals initialize Firebase. Then we initialize the config. Then we need to export firestore. And then yeah, get firestore. Then we need to export the auth, get auth. Then yeah, we need to export everything. Yeah, we also need to export the app. So this might be cases where we need to use that. Okay, perfect. Okay, so in here we need the credentials, so we get them from here. You see Firebase config, and then here we have Firebase config. So we need to replace this with what Firebase is giving us. And then once we do this, our app can now access our Firebase. So yeah, it's that simple. Our app now has access to Firebase. Okay, yeah, that's done. Okay, let's close that, and then yeah, in this file we need to have a folder called components. So this folder is going to have our components. Okay, then here, perfect. And then here we need a register and a login. So we need a file called a register. Yeah. Then inside that folder we're going to have page.js. Okay, then RFCE. Okay, then here we need a folder called login, and then page.js, then RFCE. Okay, perfect. And then we come back to our app. If we go to /register, it should take us to this where it says page. And then why are we getting this dark background? Okay, we need to clear the global CSS. We just need to remove everything, or not everything as such. Let's see if we remove the body. Yeah, then we get a white page, because we don't want these default stylings that Next.js is coming with. Okay, yeah, now we start. Yeah, so we're starting with the register, and then for the register we can start with styling everything, and then having the inputs. We need some state. Yeah, so we need to think about what are we going to have on this page. We're going to have the name of the user. We're going to have the email. We're going to, yeah, so yeah, we can just start with usually I like to start with the state, so that it gives us more of like a mental model of what we're doing. So in Next.js version 13, if you're going to be using anything with state, you need to specify that you're going to be using use client, so that Next.js knows that it shouldn't render this on the server. Okay, so here we're going to have name, and then after name we're going to have email. Okay, yeah, we also have password. Then here we have email. Okay, perfect. And then below password we're going to have confirm password, and then below this we're going to have const errors, yeah, because we need to store the errors, and then that's going to be an object. And then loading, so we need to know if it's loading or not, so that we can display to the user that, hey, this is loading. And then we need an avatar, so we're going to have avatars, so we need an avatar URL. Okay, and then yeah, I think for now we're also going to need import use router, so you always want it from Next navigation. And then here we initialize the use router. Okay, perfect. And then yeah, for now that looks good. And then before that I need a package. It's called a random avatar generator. So we need the users to be able to generate avatars. So you see here this package, random avatar generator. Let's see if that's the one. Random avatar generator npm. Yeah, because I'm forgetting the package that I used, but I think this is the one. Let's just take a look. Yeah, I think this is the one. Let's see the website. Maybe they might have, yeah, this is the one. So they give us this kind of avatars, and then we can generate a random avatar. So we're going to have this button where a user clicks, and then they generate a random avatar. And then once they have the one that they like, they can just click save, and then yeah, that's the one that we'll use. Okay, copy this, then we come here, Open a new terminal, install. Okay, done. Okay, yeah, so our avatars are installed. Let's, yeah, another thing I'm thinking, what else do we need? Yeah, I think that's it for now. The rest I think we can do it later, but yeah, because we need a toast library, but we can do that later. So it's avatar generator. So this is a function that they give us, and then with this function we can generate an avatar. We'll generate it in a use effect. So let's import that use effect, and then here we'll say const generate random avatar. Okay, and then here it'll be const generator is equals to, yeah, so yeah, this code, I don't even know what this code does, but generator dot generate random, yeah, I don't know what this code does, but it's how you generate, like from their documentation, it's how you generate. Yeah, because some of these things there's no benefit to knowing this, like how it works deep down. We don't need to know that. We just need to know how we can generate a random avatar, and then we're good. Okay, then we need a use effect. Yeah, perfect. So this use effect is calling the generate random avatar, which is giving us a random avatar, and then it's setting it to avatar URL. Then we need a button, right, that can generate these URLs. So this use effect is generating a URL when the page loads. So when the page loads, you're going to see. So it's like when the page, let's load this page, right? Let's go back to the main. So when you first open this page, there's already an automatic avatar that's been generated. So that's what we need. And then when you click the button, it generates a new one. So here we have the automatic one, but then now we need the one where you click the button. So to do that, we'll just call it handle refresh avatar. Yeah, like this. And then yeah, it does the same thing. It just calls the random avatar generator, and then once that's called, and then yeah, we get an avatar. Okay, perfect. So now we're going to the styling. So this was just we have our states, we have our avatar generator, but then yeah, now we need our form. We need our to style it. Okay, so this form is going to be in a body with a flex. It's going to be justify center, so that everything is centered. Item center, then a height of screen, so that it takes up the entire screen. Then we have a padding of 10, then a margin of 2. Okay, so yeah, this should be good. And then yeah, so I like to comment out my my HTML. So here is going to be a form. Okay, this form is going to have some stylings. It's going to be space y of 4. So on the y-axis we're going to have a space, and then a max width of 2xl, so it's not too big, and then a shadow large padding of 10. Yeah, don't worry, we'll see it soon what it looks like. Okay, so in this form we want a heading. So this will be the heading of the form. Yeah, I don't know why my JSX is not working. I mean my IntelliSense, it's not auto completing for some reason. And then we'll just say chat, like, yeah, I think this should be good. And then I want this to be class name of text XL text center, font of semi bold. Yeah, then I want this to have a color, so it's going to have an arbitrary value of color. It's going to be 0b, 3a, 65ff. Yeah, it's going to be like a dark blue. So let's go and see. Yeah, so this is what it looks like. So it's going to be chat, and then here we're going to have a span. We'll say chat to chat, something like that. Yeah, simple name, chat to chat. And then in here I want a font bold. Yeah, so it's bold and people can see what it looks like. And this is going to be a B 6ff. So this will be like a dark orange. So let me just verify this color. So it's EEA B6 then 3. Okay, yeah, perfect. Yeah, so this is what I want it to look like. But then I don't want a space here. I don't know why. Okay, so there's a space here, so I want it to be all be joined. Okay, yeah, perfect. So yes, it's starting to come out. Okay, so the first thing that I need in the form, so we go back to this form. So I just took inspiration from this form. You see this form, the first thing that's there, we have our avatar generator. Let's close this up so that we have like a neat page. Okay, yeah, so yeah, that's why I said I like to comment everything out. So yeah, because you know there's an issue whereby you come like after like 3 or 4 months back to your code and you don't remember like what you were doing. So if you get into good practice of commenting out your code, then you won't have those issues. So display the avatar. Yeah, so here it will be displaying the avatar. Let's just put a bit of space there, and then we want a div. Okay, we want a div here, and then this div. So this is going to, we need a bit of padding, and then we need everything in that div to be centered. Then we want a space of y, yeah, 2. Then we want to justify between. Then we want a border. The border will be a gray border, 200, so it's light gray. Then a padding of 2. Yeah, this is perfect. Okay, then yeah, my intelligence is not working, so I'm just used, you know, to I've become lazy with the VS Code intelligence. So now I have to type everything out. So in image has an out tag, and then here we'll just say avatar. And then do we want any stylings? Yeah, we want it to be rounded, so we want the image to be a rounded image. So yeah, we'll say rounded full, and then we give it a height of 20 and a width of 20. So the height and width has to be 20, so that is a perfect circle. Okay, and then we want a button from Daisy UI. It's going to be type button. Yeah, that's how you do a button. Then it's class name, then btn. We don't want primary, we want outline. Okay, then yeah, this looks good. Then we want the button to say new avatar. Okay, then when you click the button, remember we have this already, it generates a new avatar when you click the button. So on click, yeah, this looks good. Let's check it out. So yeah, as the page loads, we get a avatar. When we click new avatar, we get a new avatar. So yeah, it's that simple, guys. Then after this, we want name, right? So the name is going to be a div again. Yeah, this time the div is not going to have that much styling. The div, we wanted to have a label, right? And then the label, we'll give it a class name. Okay, the class name is going to be label. Yeah, I think that's some Daisy UI classes. Span. Yeah, and then all of this that I'm doing, let me show you where you can get it. In this case that maybe you're working on your own projects, you're working on things of your own. Okay, let me show you where you get these things. So you come here, you say Daisy UI, then you come here, then you say components, then in components we say input. Okay, and then yeah, we have the input. Then you come here where it says JSX, just copy this, and then yeah, you have your input. So that's where I'm getting all these stylings, that you're seeing the labels and whatnot, the buttons. That's where I'm getting all these buttons from, right? I'm just coming here and then I'm typing the component that I want, and then I'm getting it from here. Yeah, so that's where all those things are coming from. Then here we have an input. Okay, so our input has a type, and the type is text. It is a placeholder. The placeholder, yeah, enter your name. Perfect. Class name, and then class name is width full because I wanted to take the whole width, and then it's input, then it's input bordered. Okay, so these are just some nice stylings. And then value is going to be name, and then on change is going to be set the, so on change we're just setting the value to the name. Yeah, this is just basic React. And then how we're going to handle the errors. So remember, we have an error state. So how we handle the errors, we're going to do form validation, and then if there are any errors, we're going to push them into this array. So if there are any errors in the name, we need to display them below the name, right? So we'll say if there are errors in .name. Okay, yeah, this is perfect. So this is what we want. So we're saying if there are errors in the name, right, then show the error, right? It will make sense once we implement this, the functionality, but in simple terms, that's what we're saying. We're saying if there's an error, then show it. Okay, so you see, enter your name. Yeah, name is done. This is good. Okay, then below name we want email, then we want password. So here we can just do a copy and paste so that we don't have to type everything out, because it's almost similar with changes to a few things. So yeah, it'll be email, and then yeah, on text just text, then enter your email, then here the value, starting on a name, it's email, then here it's errors.email, then here it's errors.email. Save that, see what it's coming out. Then below that we have password, and then confirm password. So yeah, password, then here, so we say password, enter your password, and then here we'll say password, and then password, and then password, then here password, then it's no longer text, it's password. Let's test that out. Okay, yeah, that's working. Perfect. Then below the password is confirm password. Okay, and then here it's confirm password. Then I think I just want to copy this so I don't have to type the whole thing. So confirm capital C, confirm password. Okay, confirm password, confirm password. Enter your password. Yeah, this makes sense. Confirm password, type of password. Yeah, enter your password, confirm your password. Confirm your password. Okay, yeah, I think it's coming along. And then below that, so it's a form. The form, it needs a call to action. Okay, in our form, the div, yeah, for now let's just leave the div as it is. We have a button. The button, yeah, we'll see what it says inside. The button is going to have a type of submit. Since we wanted to submit the form, it's going to have a type of submit. And then the class names, remember the class names are coming from Daisy UI. So all these buttons, these stylings that you're seeing me put, they're coming from Daisy UI. Then this is the background that we want. Yeah, it's an arbitrary color, and then inside we want the text to be white, so we want white text. Okay, yeah, the button is looking. So inside the button, remember we have a loading, so if it's loading we want the button to say loading, right? Okay, so again this loading, we can come to Daisy UI and then we can say spinner or loading. I think they have something, so yeah, we can pick what we want. We want something small, I guess, because yeah, we don't want something big. So say the first one, yeah, the first one is too small. Yeah, we can pick the second one. So we're picking this circle, then we come here, then we paste it in here. Okay, perfect. We save that, then yeah, so you see chat to chat, yeah, everything is coming out. Then register, then here to see what it looks like, we just say if not loading, then yeah, this is what the loading is going to look like. Okay, yeah, so starting to come around. Then below that, so on a form it will say, do you already have an account, you know, that type of stuff. So already have an account. Okay, so if someone already has an account, so inside this pan we want a link. The link, we're importing it from Next link, and then the link is going to go to login. And then yeah, let's give it a bit of stylings. Class name, text blue 600. When you hover it, the text is going to become a deeper blue, I guess. Then it's going to say hover, and then we want it to be underlined. Yeah, this is pretty basic. Okay, then we want the link. So inside the link it's going to say login. Then yeah, we need to force a space. So to do that, yeah, do like this. Okay, yeah, already have an account, and yeah, login. So you press that, goes to the login, then we can come back here. Okay, yeah, not bad. So this is what we have now. Okay, then we need a way to validate this form. So we need to know what was entered, so we can do form validation. So the first thing that I'm thinking is to validate the form. but then we need to before we can do that, we need a form handler, right? So on submit, what do we want to do on submit? So on submit, we want to handle submit like this. Okay, then here we want to prevent the default like this, e dot prevent default like this. Okay, so for now this is good, and then we want to set loading to true. Yeah, for now it's not bad. And then here we want to have this. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I like to just put some spaces here so it all looks nice. And then we want to try, then we want to catch. Okay, inside the catch we want to console log, then inside the try we want to validate the form. So above the handle submit, we want a way to be able to validate the form. Okay, so we want to, here we want to say const validate form like this. Yeah, and then the first thing we want to validate is email regex like this. So this is just some regex to validate an email, to see if an email is valid or not, right? Yeah, you don't need to know these type of things off by heart. So I just got it from Stack Overflow, I think. Okay, so say if not name.trim, then we're pushing into the new errors. Name is required. So that's how we're going to do them all. Then here, if not email.trim. Okay, so here it's no longer just email, it's email or the regex. Then email is invalid if it's not. And then here is if password.length is less than 6. Then yeah, so that protects on the password length. And then we'll say if password is not, then passwords are not equal. And then here we'll say set errors to new errors, right? So we're setting our errors state with this errors object, right? And then afterwards we return, okay, we return the object.keys, the new errors.length equals 0. So what this does is it goes into our new errors and then it checks, is the length 0? Then it returns a true. So if it returns a true, it means it didn't find any errors. If it returns a false, then it means it found errors, right? So with that in mind, we can now say if, right, form is not valid, then we return, right? So we're now saying if our form is not valid, then we don't want to do anything, right? If it's valid, then we want to do something. So here we can say alert, then yeah, register success, something like that. So if you come here, then you see everything is now perfect. So enter your name, enter your email, yeah, everything is now good. Then let's see here, password, confirm password, errors, yeah, everything is now good to go. So here on our loading, after everything is said and done, we want our loading back to false. Okay, so there, so it's reaching this point and then it's returning without setting the loading to false. So we can do it like this, then return, but before we return we set the loading to false. Yeah, just for some good user experience. We don't want it to keep loading. Okay, perfect. So yeah, just tells you include everything. So we just say test 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, register, then email is not valid at gmail.com. okay, register success, perfect. Okay, so yeah, now our form validation, everything is now good. So what we need to do is now we need to bring in our Firebase. So to bring in Firebase, we'll say we'll import the auth, and then we'll import the Firestore. Okay, then we're importing it from at, yeah, like this. Okay, and then what else? We need to import create user with email and password from Firebase auth. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, so from Firebase, they give us that function code create user with email and auth, and then once we call that, it's going to register our user. Okay, so inside our try block, so yeah, if everything is good, we'll say const user credentials. Okay, yeah, we'll explain what this means. Okay, so saying user credentials await create user with email and password. We get this from Firebase auth. We pass in the auth object, which we're getting from here, and then we pass in the email, we pass in the password. Okay, yeah, so it's that simple. And then we'll say const user is equals to credential.user. So we now have a user object, and this user object, we're interested in the ID, and then once we get that, we want to create a corresponding user in the database. So we'll say doc ref. Okay, then we want to create a collection called, but then this code is wrong because this is the old way of doing it. So we're using Firebase modular. So yeah, it looks more like this, and then here the user.id is going to be the ID, and then this is the reference to the doc, but then we still need to set the doc. Await set doc, and then what do you want to set? The name, email, the avatar. Name, email, avatar. Yeah, this is about right. Save this, and then yeah, this is good. No thanks, no thanks. Don't know what that was saying there. Okay, and then once everything is done, there's no need to display any like success or anything. We just route the user to the home page. So just say router.push to the home page, and then after that we'll say set the errors to an empty object. Yeah, I think that's it. Let me just see if I missed anything. I think for now this is it. We save because while it's loading, everything looks good. Yeah, everything looks good. Then yeah, let's test it out. So new avatar. So let me pick a new avatar that I like. Okay, yeah, this one. Then I'll say first user. Then here I'll say first at Gmail. Then password 126. 126. Then register. Then it starts loading. Okay, then let's see why you didn't navigate us. The doc is not defined at hello submit. Okay, let's go to handle submit and then see what it's saying. So handle submit doc set doc. Okay, so we didn't import. Okay, no worries. Doc and set doc from Firestore. Okay, no worries on that. Let's just try again. Okay, so new, let's create, yeah, let's create it as a female this time. Then we'll just say we'll say second user, then we'll just say second 128 123 4 5 6. Okay, register. Okay, Perfect. And then you see now we're diverted to the home page. That means that if we go into our Firestore database, there should be a users collection, and the user that we created should be in there. And then the avatar URL. So this avatar URL, if you open this, should be a female avatar. Then yeah, perfect. So it means the user that we created is now going into the database. So for now that's good. And then yeah, for now let's check out the login page. How can we implement the login functionality? So the login functionality is going to be the same functionality as the register page, in the sense that we just need the name and the password, and then we remove everything else. Okay, so let's go to the login route. Yeah, so for now you have to enter the routes, but then afterwards we have like links that you can click and stuff, but for now we'll just use it this way. So copy what's in register, go to login, paste it. Okay, then we're going to edit it out. So here, instead of create with user and password, it's sign in with email and password. And then this is not necessary. The Firestore, it's not necessary. The avatar generator, it's not necessary because we're just logging in. The use effect is not necessary because we're just logging in. Use router, yeah, that's about it. Name is no longer necessary because we're just logging in. Email, avatar, so all this code is no longer necessary. Then in here we no longer need the name. Okay, but we no longer need the confirm password, so it's just email and password. And then here we no longer need this. So yeah, user credentials is now sign in with email and password like this. And then if there's a user that comes back, so it's going to be like this. It's going to be if user. So if a user comes back, then we're going to push you to, yeah, like this. We're going to push you to the home page only if we get back a user. Then yeah, we no longer need the image, we no longer need the name, we no longer need confirm password. So yeah, we're no longer registering, we are logging in. Here it's don't have an account, then register, then it takes us to the register page. Yeah, so the functionality, we already have it, but then now we're just logging in. So don't have an account, register, then we get taken to the register page. If we have an account, we click login, we get taken to the login page, then we log in. So log in, perfect, we're able to log in. So yeah, that's the authentication. Yeah, pretty simple. And then yeah, now let's move on to designing the home page. Yeah, okay, so now we want to do the home page. So the home page, on the left side we're going to have the users. When you click a user, it's going to click that user, and it's going to add that user into your chat room or chat list. And then once you click that user, it creates a chat between you and that user, and then yeah, we'll go from there. So on the left side we want to have the users and the chat rooms, and then on the right side we have the actual chat room. Okay, so I think for this we need two libraries. We need React icons. Okay, which one is it? I think it's this one. Copy that. Go that. Yeah, so this is just a plug and go. Doesn't really have any other conditions. React hot toast. So this one gives us these nice toast notifications. Yeah, like this one which says making here's your toast. So we want those. We copy that, install it, Okay, so once we install that, we need to go into the root of our application, which is the layout folder. So we close this, so we no longer need this. We go into the layout. So yeah, instead of calling this create, we just say chat app, yeah, something like that. And then here we import the toast library that we just, so it's called toaster, like this. And then we need to wrap our children inside it. So it's like if you're coming from React, this is like our index, it's like our index file. All right, so we just put this here, and then it has a position. Where do you want it to come from? So I want it to be bottom center. Okay, perfect. So yeah, that's done. That's it for now. You can close that. And then in here, this is most definitely going to be a use client. And then we need React use state and use effect. So we need both. And then we need import. So we need the app, we need the Firestore. Okay, from perfect. Then so we need to get the current logged in user to check who is currently logged in. So they give us something called a get auth, then an on auth state change. Okay, then we also need to get the user from the DB, because remember we have the user in the DB. So get dog from Firebase Firestore, and then we need to be able to navigate not there. We need to be able to navigate that user back to the login. And yeah, I think for now that's it. And then here we initialize the auth object with a get auth. Then inside the get auth we put the app. Then we have a const user, set user, then const route use router, something like this. And then we need to get that user from the back end, and then we need to console log that user. Okay, so yeah, we need a use effect like this, and then inside that use effect we'll say const unsubscribe. Okay, let's see, return unsubscribe. Okay, let's see. So unsubscribe auth, sync user, get the user, we check if the user is there, then use ref firestore users, user ID, we get the, we await, we get the doc, then pass in the auth, because sometimes the auth comes in late. Then we need to pass in the router. Okay, so if the user is not there, you need to push it to the login. Now we return unsubscribe. So this is more of like a cleanup function. And then here we'll say console.log user. So here if we go back and we open our console log, we should see the user. Okay, so you can object, and then you see second user with our avatar URL. So yeah, this code is working. It's getting us our user. Let's just comment that out so that we're not having like lots of console logs on the end. We delete this. Okay, so now this main one, right? We need two sections. So it's going to be the red, it's going to be hide screen. Okay, because we always want it to be hide screen. And then I like to comment, so here I will say left. Okay, so it's going to have a left side and it's going to have a right side. So on the left side, div, so let's call this left side class name flex shrink like this, flex shrink 0 like this. then it's going to have a width 3/12, yeah, like this. And then this will be right, and then this will be a flex scroll. We save that, check out what it looks like, and then yeah, this is good. So we have something on the left, we have something on the right, so that's what we want. And then so on the left we're going to have the users, then on the right we're going to have the chat rooms. Okay, so right now in our components folder we're going to create these components, right? So we're going to have on the left we're going to have the users. So yeah, we'll say users.js rfce, then chat room, so use camel casing, chat room.js rfce. Okay, we save that. Yeah, so this part is mostly going to be concerned with the UI. So the functionality will do it, but let's get the UI out of the way so that you see what it looks like. And then I think the UI will make sense then. Okay, so on the left side, we want users. Okay, so it auto imports. To do that, you delete the you put an S, then you press enter, then it auto imports. On the right side, we want the chat room. You see here, it's suggested for me. I press enter, it auto imports. We save that, we go back. So here we have users, we have chat rooms. Okay, perfect. So in the users, that's what we want to start with. Okay, so in the users, we're going to have what is known as a user card. So this is going to be what's going to be displaying the users. RFCE. So when you see me do RFCE, I'm using an extension. It's called ES7. So it's this extension that I'm using, ES7 snippets. So it allows you to, when you type RFCE, it allows you to be able to autocomplete. So if I do this RFCE, I press enter, then it autocompletes for me. So that's the extension that I'm using. Okay, perfect. Then here, user card, we save that, we come here. So here we need the user card. We need to import it here. So React, let's just get the imports done with. So yeah, I'm going to be using state. Then here, I need the user card. Okay, done. In function users. Okay, so we go back to the page. So on the page, I need to pass down the user object that we got back from the database. Remember, here we're getting back the user, and then here we're setting it as a user. So yeah, going to be user, and then user. Okay, perfect. Then yeah, it's going to be user. So we now have access the user in the users. Okay, so now we say const tab. So we have different tabs, and then okay. So this is going to be like a state. Set active tab. First tab. So we're going to have two tabs: users and then tabs. Why? Because you don't want to build different pages through the users. Like when you go on Facebook or WhatsApp, you want to communicate with someone. You have to go to a link to create these users, and then on Facebook it's add a friend. On WhatsApp you just click and then it goes into the personal chat room. So yeah, we don't want to do complicated like that. It's going to be very, very simple so that you guys can get the concept. So it's going to be just a toggle where we can say users, chat rooms. So it's not going to be overly complicated. So that's why I'm making it. I'm trying to make it super simple for you guys. So yeah, it's not going to be the tab change and the tab click. Yeah, same thing, but yeah, I would prefer to name it this. Okay, perfect. Okay, then inside the tab, so it's going to be a main body, and then we want it to have a shadow. So a shadow makes things look like a card, like kind of. Then overflow auto, margin top of 4, margin bottom of 20. Okay, yeah, then div class name, flex justify between. So justify between creates a space between of all the available space that's there. Button class name, then it's going to have backticks. Where are my backticks? Okay, it's going to be btn outline, and then active tab. If it's equals to users, then it's going to be btn. Okay, it's going to be btn primary. Okay, let's see. Yeah, there's a mistake here. Okay, perfect. So it's going to be btn primary, or it's going to be nothing. Okay, then we close this, then the button will say users. Yeah, I'll explain what I'm doing just in a moment. Then on click, so when you click that, it's going to handle the tab change, and then it's going to set it to users. So these are static buttons, one for users, then one is going to be for the chat rooms. So this button is going to be a blue button here because that's the active button. So btn outline, btn primary. If it's users, so if it's not user, let's say user like this, then this button is going to be gray. Okay, so what I did here, I'm saying if the tabs are currently on users, then this button must have this color, so we see the button that's currently active. Basically, that's all this is doing. And then we want to copy this, and then we want to paste it, and then here we'll say chat rooms like this. Yeah, chat rooms like that. And then yeah, and then so here we're now changing this to chat rooms. Here we're now changing this to chat rooms. Then we save this, so we now have a toggle, right? You see, we now have a toggle. So that's how you create a toggle. Okay, very, very simple stuff. Okay, so now here we're going to have two divs, and then this div is going to say if the active tab is equal to we'll start with chat rooms. Okay, what happened there? I imported chat room. Does chat room exist? Yes, it does. Okay, so it's supposed to be like this. So if it's equal to chat rooms, okay, this doesn't have, so this is not, this is like this. Okay, so if it's equal to chat rooms, right, this is what we want to do. So in here we want to have the chat room like this. Okay, if it's equal to chat room, no, we don't want to have the chat room, so we want to have the user, because we want to reuse. I'm trying to think, this user card we can reuse it for chat room. So for chat room it will be like it'll be like an avatar here, and then the name of the user, and then the last message that they send. But then if it's not a chat room, it's just going to be the name and the avatar, so we can reuse this card. That's what I'm thinking. So here it'll be the user card, so that we can just create a component that we can just reuse. Okay, perfect. User card, let's go back to user card. Okay, that's perfect. And then here it's user. Okay, so it's like this. Then in here I'm thinking we have an h1, so that is like a heading. Come on, h1, and then in that h1 it will say chat rooms like this, and then let's just dial it up a bit. so that it doesn't look too bad. Padding, text of base, font of semi-bold, like this. Yeah, this won't look too bad. Do we need the user? I'm trying to think if we need the user object. We don't. So let's pass down some static information. Okay, so name, will say name is Katy Perry. Avatar, URL, okay, let's just take the suggestion that they're giving us. Okay, then latest message, okay, then time, yeah, time, we can say this, then type, we'll say chat. Okay, perfect, like this. And then yeah, we can duplicate this, we can do it like this. Okay, so yeah, we can even duplicate it like that. Okay, and then so this was for active tab, and then let's just copy and paste it. Don't think there's harm in that. Copy and paste. Then instead of chat room, it's users. Then here it's users, but then the users, I saw it didn't have a capital letter. Name, avatar, last text sent message, we don't need this. Then type is going to be user. Then let's just have it as one. Okay, we save that, so nothing will be there, but they need to just show you like here it'll be 2, here it'll be 1. So yeah, now it's our responsibility to make this component. So in this component we need to destructure everything that we pass through. Okay, so we destructure the name, the avatar, the last message, the time, and the type. So we destructure everything that we send through, and then yeah, so this card is going to have a class name of flex, item center, padding of 4, border bottom, border gray of 200. It's going to be relative. Then is on hover, it's going to have a cursor of pointer. Okay, yeah, this is just some basic stylings that we're having, and then I always like to comment. So yeah, it's an avatar on the left, then div, then div, then image with a source, with an out tag. Yeah, like this. We'll sort out the styling after. Okay, so what kind of styling do we want? We want a flex shrink 0, margin right of 4, and then the position will be relative. Okay, this looks right. Then the inner div is going to be width. So the inner div for this one, I just put it so that I can round the image. Rounded full overflow hidden. Okay, then yeah, then we have, so the source is going to be, since we're passing it down, it's going to be avatar URL. Then here the out tag will just say avatar. Then it's going to be a width of full, it's going to be a height of full, it's going to be object ob, yeah, object cover. Yeah, I think that's good enough. Then yeah, Also, that image was a Twitter image, but yeah, doesn't matter. But you see, it's now coming out, right? It's now coming out. Okay, so that's the avatar on the left, and then here we want to check what type it is. So remember, for type of message, so if it's type chat room, here we want it to have the last message, but then if it's type user, we can't have last message. That doesn't make sense. So we need to, that's why I'm saying this component is a smart component, because we're reusing it, right? So if it's type chat, okay, we want it to behave a certain way. Okay, then we have a div. This is the main div. So in our main div is going to be flex1. Then in our inner div, it's going to be flex items center. Then justify space between, so it means take available space in between these elements. Then it's going to be an h2. So the h2 is going to have, it's going to say the name. Remember, we're passing down all these details from above, and then the name is going to be a text of large, a font of semi-bold. Yeah, this looks good. And then we want a span, yeah, like this. Then the span will just be for time, and then below this I want a p tag. Okay, the p tag text gray 500, text small, then it's going to show the latest message. Yeah, then we also wanted to truncate. So truncate means that if it's too long, then add those 3 dots at the end, those ellipsis dots. Okay, yeah, I think for this that's enough. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything we've missed, but I doubt. Yeah, let's save and then just see what it looks like. Chat room, perfect. So this is what it looks like now. And then on users, we copy this, we paste it, and then here we'll say users. And then for users, we want, so users doesn't have a time, it doesn't even make sense to put a time there, and it doesn't have this. Okay, we save, and then but users has a name, right? So the name should come out. So users, let's refresh that. Okay, let's check again. Users, the name, yeah, x1. So let's just say test. Okay, go back here. Did we include a name? Users, active tab, users. Here we have a name. Here we have a name. Okay, user card, name, then type is there. Type, okay, so type users. Okay, then Katy Perry test. We come here, we remove the tests. Okay, perfect. So yeah, now this is good. So this is how it's going to be working. So yeah, I think for now this is standard. Okay, then we go back to the page. So we close this, we users, we close this, and then we come back here to the home page. So here we have this chat room user, right? So this chat room user, let's give him the user object. We save, so we've given him the user object, and then so this chat room object, this is going to be storing the message like on the right, it's going to be storing the message UI essentially when the users are communicating. So this will be that stores this UI. So we go to chat room. So inside chat room we need two components. We need a message card. Yeah, so for now it's just UI, don't worry about it. We'll go through all the implementation afterwards. Then the message input, so this input sits at the bottom. Okay, so in the chat room we are going to destructure that user object that we're getting, const, then we're going to create a bunch of fake messages. Okay, the message is going to be like ID is 1, sender, who sent the message, then we'll say the message was sent by J. Perry, then the avatar URL there, then the content, so call it content. Okay, hey, how are you? Then time, 2 hours ago. Perfect. And yeah, so that we don't have one, we'll say the second user is ID of 2, then sender, so in this case sender will be Douglas, so this will be me. Okay, then we need an avatar, then content, then time. Yeah, like this. So yeah, for now this should suffice. Okay, yeah, then inside this we have a class name of flex column, then we have a height of screen. Okay, then inside here we have two divs. Okay, so this div, we'll give it a class name. Okay, then it'll be flex of 1 over flow y of auto, padding of 10. Okay, perfect. Then inside here we're going to loop through the messages that we just created, so we're going to map through those messages. Okay, then we're going to map through the messages. Okay, let me just messages.map, then it's like this, message, then it's like this, then it's like this, then it's like that. Perfect. Then inside that we're going to import the message card that we just created, so this will be display an individual message. We'll give it a key. The key is going to be the message.id, since that's something which is unique, and then we pass in the message. So we pass in the message that we just looped over, so this will be an individual message. Then we pass in the current logged in user. Okay, yeah, I think this is about right. So now it's just going to be showing you the message card, since we have two messages, right? We're going to code out that and get it to look nice. So then below everything, okay, I forgot to put my comments. So here is my message input. Okay, then here is my message cards, like this. Then here is message input, like this. Okay, perfect. So here, so you see message input, then message card, and then here this is at the bottom. So what should we start with? We should start with the message card. Yeah, we should start with the message card. So inside the message card we're getting a message, and then we're getting a user. Okay, then we need to determine if the message was sent from me or from the other user. So is message from me, then message.sender is equals to user. Yeah, something like that. Okay, perfect. And then let's check user Douglas, then message.sender Douglas. Yeah, this is in its most simplest form. We're going to improve on that later on. Okay, then the div will give it a key. The key will be message.id. Okay, then here, so the stylings, they're going to be dynamic stylings depending on who's looking at this message. Because remember, when the message is from us, we want it to be a certain color. When it's from another user, we want it to be at a certain, like, left or right. So yeah, that's why we need that is message from me. Then if it is, we justify end, else we justify start. Okay, okay, so this is the outer div. And then yeah, so inside we want, okay, we want the avatar on the left. Okay, perfect. And then it's going to be div class name. Then this is going to be like this. Then it's going to be width of 10, height of 10. Then is message from me. If it is, we want a margin left 2, else we want a margin right of 2. So margin left of 2, margin right of 2. Okay, then we want an image, the source, the out. Okay, the stylings with full, height full, rounded full, object cover. Perfect. Save that. Yeah, so if the message is from Katy Perry, it's going to be on the left. If it's from Douglas, it's going to be on the right, because I'm Douglas. So for now, it's following the rules. Okay, then on the right side, on the left side we have an avatar. On the right side we have a message bubble. Okay, then in this message bubble, it's going to be, so everything styling wise, text white, padding of 2, rounded of medium. Then if it's from me, what do we want to do here? We want a background of blue 500, and we want it to be self end. If it's not from me, we want a custom background. It's going to be 19 D39E. Then it's going to be self start, like this. Then inside here we're going to have a p tag, and then this p tag is going to have the message dot content. So it's going to contain the contents of the message. Yeah, then below that we're going to have a div. Okay, this div is going to be the message.time. Okay, then it's going to be text access, text gray 300, like this. We save. Then yeah, let's see where we went wrong. Okay, so the main tag, it's flex margin bottom 4, justify end, justify start, that's correct. Width, height, margin left, margin right, that's correct. We have an image of width full, height full, object cover, rounded full because we want a rounded image. Then the bubble, yeah, so the bubble is where the issue is becoming. So yeah, the bubble is going to be text of white, padding of 2, rounded of medium. Then if the message is from me, it's going to be like this. So there was a number, then self end, perfect. Then here self start, perfect. Then text 300, we save that. Okay, yeah, but then still not looking good. Okay, so yeah, so I think this part is good. Yeah, so the next part we need to do the message input. So this is the part that will be sorting out the inputs. And remember, we downloaded a package called React Icons. Let's just check. I don't remember if we did. Yeah, we did. We downloaded a package called React Icons. So we're going to need that for the message input. So we come onto the message input, and then we need to import. It's called FA paper clip. And then, is that the correct spelling? Because if you misspell, then it breaks the web. It's FA paper plain. Yeah, so that's just the 2 that we need, and then we should be good to go. So input needs to be stuck at the bottom, flex, then flex, yeah, flex, then item center. We need a padding of 4, a border top, then border gray of 200. Okay, then I like to comment stuff out. Attach file. Yeah, this is correct. So yeah, we'll be able to attach files, and then you're going to see how it looks. So it's going to be paperclip, then class name. Okay, let's see. It's text gray. We needed it to be around 500. Then margin right so that it has like a space. Then yeah, the rest is correct. Then we need the input. So yeah, we're going to use an input type text. Okay, let's sort out the design. That's not what I want for the stylings. Let's sort this out. So I want flex 1. Then I don't want you know, the default border that comes with an input. Then outline none. So I want my input to be kind of like this, right? And then we want something to be able to send, right? How are we going to send these messages? Yeah, it's like it's reading my mind, right? And then this looks good. Let's save and see. Okay, yeah, then somehow we forgot, we made a mistake. That's what I was talking about. When you make a mistake, it breaks the app. So it's FA paper clip. So yeah, it's a small c. Yeah, so be careful with your spellings. Any wrong spelling, it breaks the app. Yeah, perfect. And then you see, this is what I'm talking about. We now have an input. This we can send. Yeah, we'll be able to attach the files. Okay, perfect. So yeah, this is just UI. Then in the next part we'll do functionality. Okay, so now we need to add the functionality. Okay, so let's not close it per se, but we need message card, message. Yeah, let's just close it. Okay, users. So go back to users. Okay, so right now we're passing in these directly. So what we would like to do is to get the users from the database. Okay, so get all users that are in the database. We don't need this chat room. Don't know why it's there. Okay, so definitely it's going to be a use client, since we're going to be use client. Yeah, chat app is It's a dream for you for a chat app to be server-side rendered. Chat app is mostly just going to be client-side. Use state, we have it, so it's going to be use effect, then import Firestore, then we need the app, yes, then we need import, so we need collection. Okay, that's the first thing that we need from Firestore. Then we need on snapshot because we need it to be real time. We need query. We need add doc. We need server timestamp. We need where, and we need get docs. So these are all just functions that Firebase gives us. Then here we need get auth. We need sign out. So we need to be able to sign out. Yeah, I think that's it. We need the toast. So it's a small t. Okay, then we need the router, but not from Next router. Yeah, you never get it from Next router. You always get it from Next navigation, I think. Yeah, there's something wrong with my IntelliSense. It should be helping me in all these things. Okay, so we have the user, but then now to avoid confusion, so I'm thinking, how can we name it in a way that avoids confusion? User data, because we have a user, then we have the user data. So yeah, we can just call it user data so that it doesn't confuse me. User data. We didn't pass it anyway, so for now that's good. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do, we just need to create the states for everything. So below this we need loading, const loading, set loading, const loading to, for lack of a better name, const users. Okay, so these are all the users that you're getting. Then const user chat rooms. So we also want to get the chat rooms that you're part of, because you're going to have chat rooms that you're part of. Then we want to get the user router and initialize it. Okay, good. Then so get all users, right? So we want to get all the users in the database. So here we use a use effect. Okay, like this, and then inside there we'll say set loading to true, so it starts to load everything up. Then we'll say const task query, like this. We get all the users. Then const subscribe, k task query on snapshot, like this. Okay, then we want to return unsubscribe. Okay, perfect. We're setting the users. Then query dot docs dot map, we get the ID, then we get the data. Okay, then let's console log the users. Okay, so we should be getting some users back. So it's one user. Okay, so what we need to do now, we need the logout button so that I can create another user, because we have one user and that user is ourselves. and we don't want a situation whereby we're talking to ourselves. So let's have a button, and then this button, it'll be for logging out. Okay, where's the buttons? So it's BT and outline. So just copy this button, but then instead of having all these other things, it's going to be like this. Okay, so it's BT and outline, and then it's just going to say logout. Okay, yeah, so for design, I think you can improve the system on design wise, but then I'm just going to be giving you guys like, yeah, because the design is simple, you can improve the design. So it'll be sign out auth dot then logout toast. Yeah, this is correct, but then we don't want to say logout. Yeah, we can say logout success, doesn't matter. Then on logout, we just handle the logout, then it navigates back to the username. Okay, like this. Okay, perfect. And then yeah, this looks good. So here when you click logout, it logs out successful, then it takes you back. So here let's create, so we have a profile called second. Let's create this one, we'll call it Douglas, so we know that this is our real profile that we're using. Okay, then 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, then we register. Okay, we save that. Okay, now let's check. We must now have 2 users. Okay, we're still getting 1 user, so it's avatar. Let's check second. Okay, let's refresh. Okay, let's check why are we still getting 1 user. Okay, right now there's nothing there. Am I console logging any users? Okay, so I'm actually not console logging anything. Okay, set users. Okay, let's console log. Yeah, I thought I was. Okay, console log. Okay, so yeah, we're getting 2 users back. Okay, so we're good. Yeah, I thought we were console logging, but I guess we weren't. Okay, so I'm thinking once we have the users, we want to display these users, right? But then the way that we want to display these users, we don't want to display your profile, right? So we want to display the users where the ID is not equal to your ID, right? If that makes any sense, because you don't want to be able to see yourself here. So let's delete this. Then we come here. So yeah, these are the users. So above the user card, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Should we do it above the user card? Because the user card, or we can do it, yeah, I'm thinking we do it above the user card, and then yeah, somewhere here. Yeah, that makes sense. Then if it's loading, yeah, let's not get into that yet. So for now, it's user dot id is not equal to user data dot id. Then we want to display that, so like this. Like this. Okay, tap. Okay, what's happening here? Let's see. Okay, is this it? Then we get this, rid of this. Just like this. Okay, yeah, like this, something like this, so that it won't show unless it's like this, but then we still need to map it, right? So we still need to map, so like this, user dot, yeah, I think that's a better way of doing it, like that. We save, we go back, it shouldn't show our one, so it's where user ID is not equal to user data dot ID. Okay, let's debug this. Okay, so let's say console.log users, then here console.log user data.id. Okay, then let's check it out. So we shouldn't be able to see Douglas. Okay, so user ID is undefined. Okay, that's why it's not getting anything. So it's coming out where it says user data, then we come back to user data, and then the issue is user data is not pulling in the ID. So if we come here under the get doc ref, and then the const user data is equals to, yeah, so here where it says const user data, we delete this, then we do it like this, we destructure ID, so it's something like this, we save that, let's go back. Okay, let's see, so it's user snap dot ID, then user snap dot data. Okay, let's refresh this. Okay, let's console log the user, yeah, then we'll say user from main, like this. So I see what it looks like. So this is what it looks like. Yeah, it's now coming in. So I think it needed to refresh. Okay, so that's good now. So everything is now working on this side. We're no longer seeing ourselves. So this line is now working, where it says that if the ID is not equal to our ID, we don't show anything. Okay, perfect. Okay, so now what we need to do, once you click, so yeah, on the user card, or we can even do it above the user card. Is there something above it? Let me check. Yeah, we can put something above the user card. Yeah, we can do that. So above the user card, we can have a div. So yeah, let's just get rid of this. Then yeah, we'll say div like this. No, above this. Okay. Yeah, we'll say div. Okay. Let's check if that works. Yeah, like this. Perfect. So here we have a div. We'll say key. Key is user.id, and then on click. So when you click this thing, we wanted to create a chat with that user. Create chat with that user. Okay, right now it's going to give us an error because create chat doesn't exist, but then we come here, then we say const create chat, then we have that user. Perfect. Okay, no, yeah, it's kind of the way, but not really. Okay, so the code to create a chat is a bit much, so bear with me on this one. Okay, so do we need loading? Not for this one. So we check if chat room already exists. So if chat room already exists, we want to take you to the chat room. We don't want to create it, right? So we'll say const existing chat room. Okay, existing chat room equals, so yeah, no, not, this is very wrong. Okay, so it's query, so that's why we imported query, and then collection. So in Firestore, right, so the collection, we're going to call it chat rooms. Right, we want the chat rooms. Okay, where users, okay, it's not an array contains, where users is equals to, and then here user data.id. okay, so it's user data.id and user.id, user data.id, like this. Okay, so if this exists, so if a chat room like this exists, right, we don't want to add anything, right? So right now we just created a query, right? And then the actual checking, we're going to do it now. Okay, so we're going to have a try, and then catch. Okay, try and catch, toast error, then it's going to show us the error message there, and then in here is going to be const existing chat room snapshot. Okay, then we get the data, and then we check. So if existing data.length is equals to 0, then chat room already exists. Okay, perfect. Then chat room does not exist, we create a chat room. Right, so if the chat room doesn't exist, we create one. So if the chat room exists, then we display that, hey, the chat room exists. So if it doesn't exist, we say const user data is equals to, then we say user data dot id, okay, is equals to the user data. So this will be you, and then the other user. Okay, then so this is the data of the users, then this is the chat room data. So the chat room data will be users, okay, like this, users data, like this. Yeah, so this is users data. Okay, that's what we want. And then timestamp is server timestamp. Then last message is now. Okay, perfect. Then const chat room ref is equals to await add dog to the collection chat rooms, and then the chat room data. And then once that's done, we'll say console.log chat room has been created. And then once that chat room has been created, we'll set active tab to chat rooms. Okay, yeah, so we've created a chat room, so we've gotten the users. Once you click a user, it creates a chat room. Okay, perfect. Okay, let's see why that's showing. I messed something up here. Okay, perfect. So yeah, if I click this, then it pushes me to the chat rooms. Then if I come here and refresh everything, I must have a new table called chat rooms with me, the person who clicked, and the other person that I clicked. So it should be me and the second user. So it should be Douglas and second user. So here chat rooms, and then it's me and the other user. So it's Douglas and second user. And then if I go back here and I click again, chat room already exists. So perfect. So that's now working like clockwork. Okay, so now we need to open a chat room, right? So when you click an existing chat room, so here where it says chat rooms, we should be able to see the existing chat rooms. So yeah, that's the first part, right? We should be able to fetch existing chat rooms so that we know like which chat rooms are existing between these users. Okay, so we got the users, then now we need to get the chat rooms. So below where we got the users, get all users, get users chat rooms. Okay, then that's a use effect that we then just close right away. Okay, perfect. Then in this use effect, let's set loading to true, and then if user data is empty, then we return else chat rooms query. Then let's check it out. So it's query firestore chat rooms where users array contains user data.id. Perfect. Yeah, this is a perfect one. Const unsubscribe. Let's see if it gets this right. Then we need to call that. Okay, perfect. So chat room query on snapshot, chat rooms, then snapshot data.map. It gets the ID, it gets the doc, says the chat rooms. Yeah, this is good. And then we go to chat room. Let's see chat room. So instead of this, we delete this. Okay, type users. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, so yeah, inside here we need a div, so something like what we had here. Okay, so we need a div. Okay, but only after we've mapped. So it's going to be more of like chat. Okay, let's see. Get chat rooms, user chat rooms, user chat rooms. Okay, let's see. User chat rooms. Yeah, this is the one. So we need to map through the user chat rooms. We map through, we get a single chat room, then it's like this, then we get a single chat room. Okay, like this. Yeah, okay, we get a single chat room, then the name, chat room, user data, then yeah, that's not correct. So it's user data, then inside the user data it's chat room dot users dot find by ID then we need an arrow function where ID is not equal to user data. Yeah, don't worry, I'll explain. Okay, dot name. Perfect. So here I was saying go into the user object, the chat room object, and then get the other user who's not me. Because remember, when you're displaying these users, you display the other user. as the chat room, right? Simple. Then here we just copy this and then we paste it here like that, and then yeah, then everything else chat. Let's check. Okay, second user, yeah, chat room, second user 2 hours ago. Perfect. Yeah, this is exactly what we want. So when you click this, instead of creating a chat, we want to open a chat. So we come here and we say const open chat like this, and then so when you click open chat, we need a way to set this chat, push this chat, and then pass it on to the chat room object, to the chat room component, right? So how do we do that? We have to go back to the parent component, and then you see right now we're in users, but then we need to get this chat room to chat room, right? So here we can do what's known as prop drilling. So this is not the best way. The best way would be to have a global state like Redux, ZooStand, something like that. But then yeah, not make the video long. You can just do prop drilling. It's not going to be that difficult. We can pass down the prop, we set it from the user, and then we pass it to the chat room. So yeah, it's not going to be that difficult. So here we'll say const selected chat room. Okay, then this selected chat room, we're going to pass it down to the user, and then we're going to pass it down to the chat room. So in the user, we're going to pass down set selected chat room, set selected chat room. Then in the user, we're going to pass selected chat room, selected chat room, like this. And then we need to destructure. Remember, whenever you pass something, you need to then come here and then you need to destructure it. So whilst we're there, we now have access to the chat room, and then when you click open chat, you get the chat room. Then you say const data, okay, then ID is going to be chatroom.id, then my data, okay, my data is going to be user data, then other data, so this is going to be the other user, like this. Let me just verify everything. So chatroom ID, my data is user data, other data, chatroom dot user data, then we're filtering chatroom dot users dot find ID, where ID is not equal to user data dot ID. Okay, perfect. Then okay, so here we then set the selected chat room to the data, then we're done. Okay, perfect. Then chat room. So yeah, now let's go to chat room. Where's chat room? And then yeah, in chat room we need to destructure the selected user, the selected chat room, and then console log selected chat room. Then here we'll say from chat room. We want to see if whenever we click a chat, the chat is reaching the chat room. That's what we want to test here, right? We click, nothing is, chat room already exists. Okay, so we're on the wrong page. Okay, let's clear this. Chat rooms. Okay, come on. Users, chat rooms. Okay. Okay, user chat room dot map. Yeah, we didn't verify. Did we verify if this is working? Okay, loading. Chat rooms. In chat rooms, yes. Create chat. Get user chat rooms. Yeah, we didn't verify this one. Console.log user chat rooms. Then let's check. is this line 69? User chat rooms. Okay, let's just check why this is empty. Get all chat rooms. So let's check the query. So if user data is then we return, but then we need to pass in the user data because it might be empty, but then when it's now populated, we need to get the data. Okay. Okay, you can come back to these errors later. Okay, so user data is now there. Then chat room query, we're looking in the chat rooms. Is that correct? Let's go and check. Chat rooms, yes, that's correct. So we must be getting this. Okay, then in the chat rooms, we're looking in users. Does the chat room have users? Yes, it has users. And then in that users, we're looking array contains user data.id. Okay, user data.id. Do we have user data? Yes, we do. Okay, then const unsubscribe on snapshot query.snapshot, then const chat rooms query.snapshot.map, then we get the ID. Okay, let's check here the chat rooms. Console.log chat rooms. Let's see what it looks like here. Okay, chat rooms. Okay, so here we're getting something. Okay, we're getting something here. Okay, second user chat rooms. Then we click this. So from chat room object, we're now getting it. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so sometimes we run into issues and then we debug them. It's no big deal. It's just part of development. You're going to run into a lot of issues that you have to debug. Okay, so yeah, that's good for now. And then now let's work from the chat room. So now we've clicked our chat room. We're now in the chat room. Then so in our chat room, we now want to fetch the messages. So yeah, I'm aware we don't have messages now, but we must just fetch like we have messages, right? So we must just fetch like as if we have messages, even though like right now we don't have messages yet, right? Or I think a better way of doing it would be to send the messages first, right? Yeah, that would be the better way of doing it, but we can do it both ways. But I think for now that's the better way of doing it. Okay, so yeah, we need a use state, a use effect, and then a use ref. Okay, then from Firestore we need Firestore from our lib, and then from Firestore we need add doc, because we need to add, we were adding something. We need collection, we need doc, we need server timestamp, we need on snapshots, we need query, we need where, we need order by, then we need update doc. Okay, yeah, so that's what we need. Then we have the user, then we have the selected room. Okay, then here we need to decide who is who. So const me selected chat room dot my data. Okay, so that will be me. Then const the other person will be selected chat room dot, then const chat room ID. will be the selected chatroom dot ID. Okay, then const message. So we have message, then const messages, then const messages container ref. Okay, yeah, thinking why there's a okay, so we need to delete these messages that we're having, right? Because now we're going to be having real messages, right? So if we save this, the messages are going to be gone. It's going to be blank. Okay, then if we come here, the first thing that we need to do, we need to put the messages. So in the message input, we need to say send message is equals to send message. Okay, then we need to pass the message, then we need to pass the set message, then here we need a const send message. It's going to be like this. Then yeah, then in message input we need to destructure, and then we can so yeah, we need to destructure the send message function so that we can call it like this, and then here in the input it's going to be like value message, then on change it's going to be like this, set the event, so it's going to be event dot target dot value like this. Okay, then when you click the paper plane, it's going to be on click because the function we're passing it down. Okay, then we're going to send the message. Okay, perfect. And then yeah, the message function. So when you click send message, we need to send the message into the database. So put message into DB. So send message. Remember, we've imported everything, so it's going to be const message collection. It's going to be, let's see, Firestore. No, it's not going to be like this. So it's going to be, we're going to call it messages like this. Yeah, like this. We want it to be simple, right? And then if message.trim, so if the message is empty, we don't do anything because we don't want to be putting in empty messages into our database. So if the message is empty, we do nothing, right? Then here is try, then here is catch. So any issues that we run into, we just want to console log. So say console.log, we console log the error. Then here we need to pass the error through. Okay, then yeah, so we need to construct what a message is going to be like. So the message is going to have so the message is going to belong to a chat room. So chat room ID is going to be chat room ID, and then sender will be me.id. Then we're gonna have what we call the content. The content is going to be the message. Then we're gonna have the time, which is gonna be the server.timestamp. Then we're gonna have an image. Okay, then we're gonna have message type, which is gonna be text like this. Okay, so so this is what we're going to be sending. Then we're going to add the doc, the message collection, the message data. Then we're going to set it to empty. Okay, then remember each chat room has a last message. So what we want to do, we want to go and update the chat room with the message that was sent, right? So every message, every latest message is the last message, right? So yeah, okay, perfect. Const chat room like this, then chat room file store chat rooms, chat room ID, then await update doc, room ref, last message, then message data. Perfect. Okay, so let's do it. Let's test it out. So testing. Okay, nothing is writing. Let's go back and check. Okay, let's see. Message on change set. Okay, I forgot to set message. Yeah, I'm sure you guys saw the mistake. Let me just correct it. Yeah, okay, then testing, then we send 1 2 3. Okay, let's see what the issue is. Okay, let's go back. Let's see. Okay, let's see if the message went through. Okay, so yeah, the message went through. Testing. Okay, perfect. Okay, so what's the issue with this? If you want okay, I think I understand what the issue is. Chat room messages.map. Okay, which page is the error on? Because the issue is, because I've had this issue before, is basically this time object, right? So it's saying that you're trying to display this time object, but before it was simple, because remember before it was just like 2 hours 3 hours ago, but now it's a server timestamp, and a server timestamp is a nested object. So it's like saying you're trying to display a nested object, but you're trying to do it inside like a text. So I'm trying to think like where would I be getting this error from? Because right now I don't think there's any way where I'm consuming this data from. I think I see the issue. So here where it says last message, I sent the message data instead of, so it's just supposed to send the message. So now it's an object and now it can't be read. Yeah, silly mistake. Okay, come here, save this, then we come back here. So here where it says last message, we delete this part. Then let's refresh. Okay, chat rooms. Yeah, now it's not working. Yeah, so there was a small mistake. Okay, so now that we have messages going through, we now need I'm thinking we now need a way to get those messages. Okay, let's go and get the messages. So users, chat room, close the users, send message. So above send message, let's have a use effect. Then this use effect, it will take in a chat room ID as its dependency. Okay, then in here we'll say if not chat room ID, then we return const unsubscribe, then firestore messages where chat room ID is equals to chat room ID, order by time in ascending order. Yeah, this is good. Then const message snapshot, we get the ID, we get the message. This is good. We set the message, and then yeah, Then we need to return and subscribe. Yeah, this looks good. And then let me just look through the code again. Yeah, it looks good. And then we map through. Did we pass it into the messages? Yes, we did. Let's go here. We go here, we map through the messages. Okay, so let's see. Let's console log it. Console.log messages. Okay, so we go to chat room, then we click this. Then let's see. So it's saying Firebase Firestore unquote error in Firestore. Okay, so when you see this error, it means that, so here when we're using an ascending or a descending, it needs an index. So you come here and then you click this, then it's going to take you to Firebase where it's going to build that index for you. Then you say save, just follow whatever it's saying, then it's building the index. So once the index is done, then we'll be able to see our data. But in the meantime, yeah, it takes about 5 minutes. So instead of just waiting for that, let's go and finish our message card. So inside our message card, we're bringing in message user. We go back to the chat room. We need to, so message card user, message, then instead of user we're going to say me, then we bring in the me that we created, then other, we save that, we go to the message card, then we need to get the message, we need to get the me, then we need to get the other. Okay, so yeah, it's now me.id. Okay, is message from me, sender dot, yeah, that looks good. And then we need to install a package called moment, so npm install moment. So this is for time. It allows us to be able to format time in the server.timestamp in a nice way. So say time ago equals timestamp. It's going to take in the timestamp, and then const date is equals to time dot to date, like this. Then const moment date is equals to moment date, then return moment date dot from now. We close this, return like this. Yeah, then that's good. And yeah, is there anything else I left? So now on time, instead of saying message.time, we'll say time ago, then we put this in brackets, we save, we go back to Firebase. So that's done rendered, doing its thing. We refresh, we come back, we click, moment is not defined. So here we need to import moment from moment. We save that, open, we click the chat room, and then we get our message testing. Why is the image not showing? So we come back here. Okay, we come back here, then so remember the image, we want to show the image of the other user, right? So we come here, and then for image we'll say, so yeah, it's a bit tricky, right? Because remember, on each message we're not storing the image. So here we'll say but then we have the user object for us, and then we have the user object for that user. So on the image we need to ask a question. We need to say like this, so is image from me? So if the image is not from me, we do this, right? Then here is message from me. Okay, yeah, like this. So we're showing the image depending on, you see, so now the image shows depending on who's the owner and stuff. Yeah, okay, so now let's test. Hello, send. Okay, but then this is wrong because then we're the one that are sending and then it's not showing. Okay, so yeah, don't worry, we can fix this. We can debug. Okay, so if the message is from me, so let's come here and see. Let's go back to the messages, Firestore, messages, so testing, then sender ID D12. Let's go to users, Douglas D12. Perfect, so this should be Douglas. So we come here, his message from me. Okay, so if the message is from me, it's going to be, then yeah, let's go to chat room and see if we didn't make any mistakes. So me and then other, then let's, where's that coming? So me is coming from the selected data. Yeah, just to check like from the parent like if we didn't make any mistakes. So me is selected chat room dot my data, so that'll be me. And then we can even console log this, console.log, and then yeah, to see if this is correct stuff, if it indeed is me or if it's another user. Okay, then where are we getting this? Yeah, it's here. So the first one is me, Douglas, so that's correct. Then other, also correct, right? So that means yeah, it's going down correctly. So me other, then we come back to message card, message me other, so that's coming in correctly. Then we come in here where it says is message from me. Let's console.log this. Okay, so this message is from me, should say true. Let's see, is message from me. Okay, console. Okay, so I'm console logging the message, so console.log here. Perfect. False. So why is it saying false? Let's go back to the messages. Okay, sender.id, if message.sender.id, like this. Okay, let's go back. Perfect. So yeah, sometimes you see that spelling error is costing us a lot of issues. Just a small simple spelling error, then we just have to debug, go through it step by step until we find out what the problem was. So now, hello there, we send, it goes. Okay, then how do we know that it's actually working? So let's open an incognito tab. Let's go to localhost 3000. Let's log in as second. Log in. We make it a bit small. We click Douglas. So yeah, we click Douglas. Click Douglas. Okay. Then here we must say hello. Then here, hello. So you see, it's now working. Okay. So yeah. And then here we're having two users. So we're having an issue here where users Douglas chat room already exists. Okay, so we had an issue whereby when we clicked and then it tried to look for the user and then it saw that the user didn't exist. Maybe there was a network issue there, because you see now when we click it's saying chat room exists, but then somehow this failed and then we ended up having two users. Yeah, so it's an issue for another day, but for now we can just go to chat rooms, then we delete this one which doesn't have another. Yeah, This is an issue for another day we can solve, but for now let's just, yeah, because it will really happen, but I think it's good to solve it. But for now let's just stick to what we have. Okay, so on this side I'm signed in as the second user, then on this side I'm signed in as Douglas. Oh no, it's vice versa. So here I'm signed in as Douglas, so I'll say hello second user, send. Okay, then hello second user, then hello Douglas, send. Hello Douglas. Okay, perfect. So yeah, it's relatively working. In the next part we'll show how to send messages, then in the last part we'll show how to send images. Then here we'll make it a bit mobile responsive, make it a bit nicer. But yeah, I think we're making good progress. So now we're working on the image upload. Okay, so we come to chat room and then we add state for an image. So it's going to be cost image, yeah, something like this. Okay, then here it's if message.trim, because now we want to check for both if the image exists and if there's no image, yeah, then we want to return, because then that means there's no message, because we wanted a way for the user to be able to have an image or for the user to be able to have a text, right? Then image. Okay, yeah, then I guess this message type really doesn't matter now. Yeah, we can just leave it, but yeah, it really doesn't matter, I guess. And then yeah, then here last message. Okay, so for last message we'll say if there's a message, right, then show a message. If there's an image, then just say image. Yeah, I think this is looking good. Okay, then what's left is to pass the image. Because we're going to be uploading it from the message input. So yeah, that's why we're passing it down. Set image. Okay, perfect. Then message input. So inside message input, we're going to initialize Firebase. Then we're going to be able to upload. So from Firebase, I think here we need use state, because we need to do some stuff. So use state. Perfect. Then okay. So from we're now getting something from Firebase storage. So we need get storage. Then we need a ref. Then we need upload bytes resumable. Then get download URL. So this allows us to be able to see the progress of the upload, right? So that's why it's handy. Then here we need the app from Firebase. Yeah, for now this is good. Then here we need the image, then the set image. Okay, so use state, we need yeah, storage, we need this, but then more importantly we need to be able to store the file. We need to be able to store the upload progress. So it starts, we just say it starts at now, because we don't know if the value starts as a string, so we don't want it to start as a string, right? And then image preview, so we want to preview that image when you've picked it up, right? Okay, so handle file change like this. Okay, so handle file change, we first get the file, so that'll be the file target, then if file, okay, reader.new file reader unloaded, set preview to the result, then reader as data URL, we get the file, Okay, yeah, this looks good. Then we need to handle the upload. Okay, so on handle, yeah, upload, this is a bit of a long code. Okay, something like this. Okay, so we need the if there's no file, we return. Then storage, chat room, images, upload task, upload resumable, on upload, we check for the state change, snapshot, progress. Yeah, this is pretty good. Then once the upload is complete, we get the download URL, then we set that as the image. Yeah, this is good. And then yeah, so now we need to deal with how we're going to handle the image upload. So once you click the paperclip, it's going to be on. Click. Okay, we want something to happen here. What do we want to happen? We come here to Daisy UI, then we say model. So once we click that, we want a model to appear. So it's going to be like this, but we want a model with an X to close. Okay, then this model, we just copy it. Okay, and then yeah, I'm trying to think where can we put it. Should we have a separate file for the model, or should we just have it be in the same file? Yeah, so I think maybe we can have it here. Shouldn't have any issues here. Okay, where is it starting? So yeah, like this. Perfect. Okay, so our model is gonna have an ID of model 3, then it's gonna have a form, then inside the form we're gonna delete this button. Yeah, I don't think we need this button. Oh yeah, let's just leave it because we might need to close the model. So here it's gonna be the image preview. Okay, so yeah, it's going to be image preview, then and so if we're saying if there's an image, we want to preview it. So if there's an image, then image preview. Okay, then out uploaded. Okay, with full height, full object cover. Yeah, I'm not liking this because this won't, we don't want it to be round. Yeah, we don't want every image that you're uploading to be a round image. 60 width of 60, margin bottom of 4. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so that'll be the image preview. Then below that we want an input. Okay, it's gonna be an input of type file, and then it's going to be, what does it accept? It accepts an image, then we'll put a wildcard. So this will be meaning like it can accept a PNG, .jpeg, whatever image type of file you want, right? It can accept. Okay, then below that we have a div, then we say upload. Okay, then inside that div it's going to be btn, sm, btn primary. So that's going to be an upload, then on click, it's going to handle upload. Okay, yeah, this is good. Then below this, yes, going to have a progress. Yeah, for now this is good. Then we close this, we delete this, then here we have a button. Okay, this button, it will just be an X, right? So this button is to close the model. Okay, on click. So on click, what do we want to happen? We want document dot get element by ID, And what's the ID of our model? It's my model 3, and then you're saying I want to get this, and then I want to, there's a method on it called dot close. Okay, I don't know why it's writing closet. Okay, so yeah, dot close, then that closes it up. Then yeah, we need it to be on the top right corner, so it's gonna be btn sm btn circle btn of ghost, so it's a button without any background. Then it's gonna be a position of absolute right of, so it's gonna be right of 2, top of 2. So yeah, this gets it to be at the top. And then to open the model, we need on the button, so on that paperclip button, we need to run document.get element. Then yeah, so yeah, we need to do this like this, and then yeah, it's dot show model like this. Yeah, hopefully if we did everything correctly. Handle file change is not defined. Okay, so yeah, it's const. If we did everything correctly, there shouldn't be any issues. Okay, so once we click this, okay, then let's pick it. Okay, yeah, I don't think it's pixels. Yeah, this is where I get my images from. Yeah, something like this. Yeah, I don't want something too big. Yeah, something like an HD. Oh, so that's a video. Sorry about that. Yeah, we want an image. Yeah, large. Yeah, we don't want it to be too big, because then, yeah, something like this. Let's pick that. Where is it? This one. Okay, perfect. Then upload. Okay, perfect. So now it's uploaded. Then let's check. Is there a way to see that it's uploaded? Handle uploaded, set image. We go here. So I'm trying to think, where can we check? So yeah, we can just say console.log image. Then perfect. So that should open. If it was correct, then that should open. Then yes, perfect. Okay, so now once it's uploaded, right, then it sets our image here, get set image. So after it sets the image, I want a way that it will say set upload to now, set preview to now, then it closes. Perfect. Closes the model, right? And then if there's an image, right, so this will be here. We now want some custom styling here. Okay, then some backticks. So if you want to put custom styling, this is how you do it. Okay, so text gray. Okay, so here we'll say like this. We'll say if there's an image, right? Okay, so we'll take this color. So this normal color is if there's no image. If there's an image, I want text blue 500. So I want it to light up. So yeah, you see, there's an image and it lights up, right? That's what I want. If there's an image, right? So yeah, that's good. And then hello, send. Okay, so it's now sent. And then once it sends, I want the image to also clear. So there's a place where we clear the message, and then we clear the image. Okay, perfect. So now we need to go to the card, and then if there's an image, there's a way that we want to display that image. Okay, so we go back to the message card. So here we're in the message input. So in the message card, there's a way that we want to display. So here above the content, we're going to check, right? Does the message have an image? Okay, like this. Save, and then boom, we have an image. Okay, so it's my width, height, cover. So we don't need the object cover. Okay, let's save that because I don't want it. Okay, it can cover, but then I don't want it to be, because it's looking too long. Yeah, something like this. Now it looks a bit neat, right? Yeah, so that's how we implement the images. So next up we're going to implement emojis. So finally, so this is our last chapter. We're doing emojis. So we're using a library called emoji picker react. Okay, so this is the library that we're using, emoji picker react. Okay, copy this, then we install that. Okay, so whilst that's installing, yeah, it's done. That was quick. Import emoji picker react. Okay, then here const, we need a state. Okay, sorry, yeah, I'm doing it in the wrong part. Yeah, the build is a bit much, yeah, because I did it in one take, so you end up getting confused sometimes. Okay, no worries. Then const show emoji picker, because we need to decide if we're going to show it or not. And then, because now what we want to do is we want to have a button that when you click it then shows the emoji picker, and then when you pick an emoji it then appends it to the text, right? Because an emoji is just a way, in another way is just text. So const handle emoji click, right? And then this emoji click, so we want to do it the proper way, so it gives us the emoji, the data, then we get the normal event that we're getting. Okay, then we set the message, so it's going to be previous like this. We'll just say priv, that's the standard way, and then priv, then yeah, priv emoji plus emoji data. Yeah, simple as this. Yeah, simple as that. Then I'm thinking, where should we put it? We should put it next to the paperclip. Emoji picker, yes. No, so yeah, let's do it from scratch. So button, then on click, okay. So this one is just to show, set show emoji picker, so it's going to be more of like a toggle. So to show emoji picker like this, and then here I'm looking for smiley face emoji, right? Yeah, my keyboard has some emojis, but I forgot the key to use, so yeah, I can just paste this one here. Okay, so if we go back here, then yeah, you see we have an emoji there, but right now when you click it, it does nothing because we haven't actually put the emoji or anything, right? So below that we'll say show the emoji, and then if but then it is a div, right? So show emoji picker like this, and then like this. Div is a div. So I'm thinking, because we want to style it a bit, because by default it just comes out of anyway, and we want it to have some order, right? We want it to be absolute, right 0, bottom full, padding of 2. Okay, okay, emoji picker, let's see. Okay, handle emoji click, the picker style, no, don't want this. We want something called disable auto focus is equals to true. Yeah, we need something like that. Let me refresh. I think we might be having issues with refreshing. Okay, like this. Okay, yeah, for this part, yeah, you have to forgive me, guys. I'm very tired right now. So what I'll do, okay, so I'll leave the code in the description because this is the last part. So you come here where it says advanced chat app, you come into app. So the different, yeah, this is the main branch. We come into components, message input, then just copy this because this is the correct implementation. Then we save this, save. You come back to the app, you click, then there you have your emojis. Yeah, because I'm super tired, like, then they're now sending. So yeah, I think this is it. You can log out, you can test the app. I'll leave the code down in the description for you guys to check it out, and yeah, it will also help you. But then yeah, I think we were able to get most of it done. And then yeah, please leave a like, please leave a comment, please leave a subscribe. It also, you know, helps me to keep me motivated to keep making more videos for you guys. And then for the next videos, I think I'll be using TypeScript. Yeah, let me know if you guys need TypeScript, or if you want me to keep using JavaScript. Just let me know, like, down in the comments. Yeah, thank you guys for watching. Welcome guys to the video. Today we're going to be building a recipe application. We're going to be using Next.js. We're going to be using the Freemio API, and then we're going to be using Tailwind CSS, JavaScript. You're going to learn how to make API calls, how to work with server-side components, and how to work with React State, how to work with use effects. All of that, you're going to work with that. You're going to work with dynamic routes. So yeah, without further ado, let's just go into the demonstration. Okay, so here we have the header. So the header is made using Tailwind CSS. Here we have the components. So here these components, they are being fetched from this free meal API. So here you can see we're fetching chicken. Here you can filter it to fetch something else. So if you want to fetch beef, and then you see there's a loading, then it fetches the beef. Here if you want to fetch pork, it loads, and then you can fetch pork. And then here you can search for any meal that you want. So let's say I want chicken, and then I can say search, and then here we can get the chicken meals. So here I like this chicken. I can open that, and then we can see. So this is page's dynamic page. It's using Next.js app router to grab this ID, and then it's making a server-side fetch, and then it's getting all this on the server, and then sending the HTML to us. So here we're getting the image, we're getting the title, the ingredients, steps on how to make the meal, and then here we get the YouTube video. So it gives us, so this API, alongside giving you the recipe, it also gives you the YouTube video to the YouTube link. Yeah, so I won't play this for copyright reasons, but then each meal that you get from this API, it's going to have a YouTube link. So we're just using an iframe, passing in the YouTube link, and then we're able to play the video which corresponds to this meal. So yeah, here you're going to learn a lot. You know, if you're interested, please hit the like button, the subscribe button. It also helps me, to keep me motivated to keep making more videos. Okay, thank you guys. Start. So first thing, we need to install Next.js. So we go to Vercel. So it's pretty simple. You click Get Started Installation. Then in your terminal, you're going to copy this command, and then you're going to paste this command into your terminal. Once you do that, it's going to start asking you some questions. What is the name of your project? So you just type in the name of your project, and then you type enter. Would you like to use TypeScript? No. Would you like to use ESLint? No. Would you like to use Tailwind? Yes. Would you like to use the source directory? No. Would you like to use app router? Yes. Then no, no. And then click enter. Then it's going to install Next.js, and then yes, you'll be ready to go. So I've already done that. Here's my installation. So it's using Next.js version 14 with the new app router. So just to run that, it's npm run dev, and then it runs on localhost 3000. So this is what I have open on my localhost 3000. Okay, so yeah, with the new app router, anything that you're naming page, that's going to correspond to a page on in the browser. That's going to basically be your page. So this is the main page, and then this is the layout. So if you're coming from React, think of the layout as the app.js file or the index.js file. This is the file that sits above all the other files. So this is the main file. And then if we want more files, so we're just going to say, okay, for example, we want the recipe page. So we'll just say recipe dot, needs to be the folder. So it's recipe, and then we create a folder. Then inside this folder, it's page.js. So it's going to be now like localhost 3000 / recipe. Yeah, it's going to be like this to access this page. So that's how it works. So let me just delete this quickly. So if you don't name something page.js, even if it's inside a folder, it's going to get ignored. So that's why inside this app folder, we can create a components folder. That's why we're able to do that. Since in here we're not going to name anything a page, so it's going to be ignored, and then it can be for components. Our first component is going to be a header. So we're just going to have a simple header. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so it's a file header.js, perfect. And then, yeah, this is going to be a simple file. And then it's just going to say recipe. So it's going to be class name of flex. So we want everything in the header to be flexed. We're going to give it a background of black, and then we're going to give it a padding of 10. Okay, so yeah, then it's just going to say, then we just want an h1 tag, which is just going to say recipe app, like this. And then this will be a text of white, since it's on a black background. So to see it, we'll put it as a white text. It's going to be 3XL, the size, and then the font, it'll be semi-bold. Yeah, I'll show you how it looks in a second. Save this file, close it, and then we go to our app page. So our app page right now, it looks like this. So we need to delete all of this so that we have a fresh start. So let's just delete this main tag. Perfect. Then we put a div. Okay. Okay, that's good. And then in the div, we're going to import the header so we can see it. Okay, then we save the file. So we've imported the header, and then we should be able to see it. Go back to our page. Then let's just refresh it. Okay, as it's refreshing, let's cleanse. They are from the styles that they just come with Next.js. So we need to delete this, save, and then go back to our app page. Yeah, you see these lines that I'm talking about. So that line that we removed from global CSS, it removes those lines because we don't need those lines. And then let's just wait for it to reload. Okay, done. It's refreshed. So this is our header. It's responsive. Okay, looks kind of nice. Let's carry on. So after the header, I'm going to make the search component. So below the header, we want a search component where we can search for the recipes, and we want to be able to also filter out the recipes. So that's the next part that we're doing. So in the components, create a new file, call it search. Okay, then in here, we're going to import the file, search. Then we're going to go into the file. Then inside the file, we're going to create two input fields, one for searching, then one for filtering. So we're going to be filtering through categories, and we're going to be searching. So yeah, you see here it just says search. Okay, so here we want an input field. So first we want to select, so it's going to be select, and then it's going to be, yeah, the select is going to be a class name of, and then it's going to have a border of 2, and then it's going to be border gray. It's going to have a background of white. It's going to have a height of 10, then padding of on either side of 5, then a padding right of 16, then it's going to be rounded. So rounded is just going to give, yeah, you'll be able to see very soon. Just bear with me. And then focus outline, none. So we don't want those lines when you're focusing on it. Right? Then so a select, we have options inside a select. So the first option is going to be beef, and then it's going to say beef, and then let's just copy this, and so we can paste it. So we're just going to have 4 options for now. Yeah, you can always add more options later, or create an array, then get the options that way. But then this way is just a simple way so that you can see, you can have an idea how it's done, and then you can extend the functionality later. So this will just be a basic of how we can do these things, and then later on you can extend the functionality. And then so here, okay, let's save and then just see how it looks like. Okay, let's wait for it to load. Okay, so you see this is the input. Okay, it says beef because here we didn't change, sorry about that. So yeah, it's chicken, lamb, then pork. Okay, so yeah, now we should be good, and then we should have, okay, you see we should now have all these options. Okay, that's good. Okay, now we want an input for search, so let's just put a space here. So this will be simple, so it's just a basic input, and then class name. Okay, so the input, we wanted to have a border, Then the color will be gray, so it'll be border gray 300. So basically it's just going to be the same styles as the one above. Okay, so it's just going to be the same styles. And then after that, so let's just save that. And then let's see what it looks like. So yeah, we have the input, so we have the one for filtering, then we have the one for searching. Perfect. Now we now want a button. So the button is going to have a background of black. It's going to have a hover of background green. So it's going to have a hover of BG green 700. It's going to have a text of white. Okay, yeah, these look good. Then it's going to say search. Okay, perfect. So this is going to be our button. Let's save that, and then let's see what it looks like. And then you see we have our input, then we have our button that hovers. When you hover it, it goes green. Perfect. So you see now it's not looking nice. We want it to be on the center of the page, and then to do that, it's very easy. We can just put this, we can flex it, and then to center it, we say items center, and then justify, and top 20, margin bottom of 4, so that it has some, it has some margin at the bottom. And then yeah, you see it now becomes centered. Yeah, that looks good. And then so in between here and here, we want something like a text so that someone knows that. So we can just say or, so it's like filter or search, so that someone knows like there's a difference. And then let's just style that text. Let's give it text of Excel. So that's extra large, font of semi-bold. Then we can make it centered, so the text will be centered. Then we can give it a spacing of on either side of 4. Then we make the text gray, so this will be something like gray 500. And then yeah, so it's filter or search, simple. Okay, we close that, and then so now we want something like a card so that we can display the recipes. But then I think it's best if we can first fetch these recipes. So I think that would be the best way to do this, if we can first fetch the recipes and then be able to. Okay, so yeah, the best way for us to be able to fetch these recipes is going to be using a use effect and a use client hook. So that's going to be the best way to fetch these recipes. So the reason why we're not using the server component for this one is because we're going to be using inputs, we're going to be using state, and when you're using inputs and state, you cannot do a server-side fetch. You can only do a server-side fetch if there are no inputs, there are no React components, because React does not work on the server, so you cannot do you cannot do that type of fetch. Okay, so yeah, I hope you understand that. Then so here would have to say use client, because the Next.js everything is a server component, so you have to specify when you want to use something which is not. And then so let's import React from React, and then from React we need use state. We need a use state, and then we need a use effect. Okay, so we need a use state and a use effect, and then so we need a variable. We'll call it recipes, so that will be storing our recipes. And then yeah, we need also search, right? And then we need a loading. So we need a loading state. Okay, perfect. And then here we need a use effect that's going to fetch. Okay, perfect. So this use effect, first we say loading is equals to true, since we'll be fetching. And then, so in here, we're going to have another variable, since, because remember, when we're fetching data, we need to await it. So inside the use effect, to await something, you need an inner function. So it's going to be fetch recipes, right? Then we're going to await the data. So here, we're going to get the URL to fetch the recipes, and then so we need a try and catch block. So that's the best way to do it, so that if there are any errors, we can catch them, right? So it's going to be a try and then catch. So a try and catch block. So here it returns you an error. This error, we can just console log to see, okay, why did it fail? And then in here, that's where we're going to make the request. So let's just remove all this. Okay, so in here, that's where we're going to make the fetch request. So it's going to be a const res equals await fetch and then the URL. Okay, yeah, this is our URL, and then not yet, so it's going to be if. So it gives us something called a res okay, and then so if that fails, then we throw an error. If that doesn't fail, then it's then we know that it was successful. So if it was successful, we take the result, and then we're going to turn the result into a JSON object. So it's going to be we're going to await the result, and then we're going to convert that result into a JSON object that we can read. Okay, then we're going to take that JSON object, then we're going to set it to the recipes, and then it's going to be result dot meals. Okay, so yeah, I know you're a bit confused right now, so let me explain what all these things are doing. Save for now, and then we come here. So this site is called the meal DB. So it's a free API, and then it has all these endpoints. So if you want to search something by a name, you just take this endpoint and then you call it inside your application, and then you get that meal. So you get the JSON data for that meal, right? If you want to search something by a category, so here, not there. So here, the category is seafood. So if you search that, then you get all the meals that are in the category of seafood. So that's what we're doing here. We're getting all the. So yeah, this is not the one. So we want the one with the category, because we want to get the category for. Let's go back and show you. So here, we want to get the category like this. We want to get the category. So we come here. So this is the link that we want. We want to get the category of seafood, and then yeah, that's perfect. And then outside here, we do the actual fetch. Fetch recipes. Then okay, and then we go to our app. If we're good, we refresh. If there are no errors, then it means it was successful. We check our console log to see if we're getting the JSON or the data. Since we're not really console logging it anyway, so let's just wait a bit, then console log and see the data. Yeah, so right now there are no errors. We can console log the recipes here. Okay, is that the name of the variable, the state that we named? Okay, that is. Okay, recipes. Okay, let's check. Failed to load the resource. Why did it fail? Let's go back. Okay, the link doesn't have an HTTPS. Could that be the reason? Let's check. Maybe that could be the reason why it failed. Okay, let's check the data that gets returned. So it's meals. Okay, let's console log it here on the result to see. So we're just doing a bit of debugging to see, okay, at which point are we getting this issue. Let's refresh the page. Okay, we're getting the mules. Okay, let's see. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Okay, so we're getting the mules. Perfect. So where are we going wrong? Okay, so that's line 37. Okay, so yeah, that's good. We're getting the meals. So we can comment this out. So yeah, we need a way to display these meals on the screen. As you can see right now, there's no way to display the meals. Let's close that. So we need a way like that we can display these meals. So we need something like a card that we can use to display these meals. So we go back to our components. We create something called a card.js. Okay, so this card is going to be very simple. We don't want to overly complicate things. So it's going to be a max width. So yeah, it needs to have a max width, so it's not just taking up the whole space. It needs a border of width 2. It needs the border needs to be gray. So it's just a light subtle color. It needs to have a cursor. So when you hover over the card, it's going to have a cursor, and then when you hover over it, we need the border to become black, so that we know like, hey, we're hovering over this. Okay, perfect. So surrounding this, it needs to have a link, and then okay, perfect. So we don't have this page yet. We're going to create it after, don't worry. For now, just we need to close this link. Okay, perfect. Inside here, we need an image. So this is going to be a Next.js image. We import that. The image is going to have a source. Okay, so it's going to have a source. The image is going to have a width of 350. Then we give it a height. Yeah, so a Next.js image, if you don't give it a width and a height, it doesn't work. And then yeah, it doesn't need a class width. It just needs an out. So an out, it will be meal image. Okay, so yeah, something simple. It's not too complicated. We have an h1. So this h1 is going to be meal name. Okay, so that's going to be the name of the meal. It's going to be on this h1. Then it's going to be class name of, so the background is going to be white. Okay, so background of white, you don't really see that, but if someone maybe is using dark mode, so we don't want everything to become dark. Yeah, in future videos we'll be implementing dark and light mode, but for this one, this one is just for basics, so that if you're a beginner, you have somewhere to start. Then we want it to have a text of center. Okay, the meal name. Okay, so the card, we're going to import it here, and we're going to pass down these recipes. Okay, so here is going to receive a recipe. All right. Yeah, so sorry, I'm not showing now, because if I show now, then it's going to, everything will break. And then, so the recipe, it will be recipe dot meal ID. So we come here where we code it. So it's meals, then the meal name is called this, str meal. So that's going to be the meal name. So we come here, and then it's recipe dot, so this question mark is a ternary operator. It says if this does not exist, don't keep going, so that our app doesn't crash. Yeah, so that's it. Then we need the thumbnail for the image, so that will be recipe. Okay, then we save. So our card is good for now, and then here we want to display that card. Okay, so in this card, the first step is we need a div, an outer div, that's going to surround everything. So this outer div is going to have a class name. So the outer div is going to have a class name of flex, then items center, then we justify everything to the center, then it's going to have a padding of 10. Okay, then we close it. So this is going to surround everything, and then we have the actual div that's going to surround. Okay, so it's going to be class name. Yeah, I don't mind these suggestions, they are very wrong. Okay, so it's going to be class name, and then it's going to be flex, and then it's going to be flex wrap. So flex wrap is for in those cases where we no longer have space, we want it to wrap. And then on large devices, we want it to be a flex row. So we're saying on small devices, we want it to occupy one, and then on large devices, it occupies. We can have many instances. Then items, yeah, that's how best we can explain that. Then we want a gap of 5. Okay, and then so here we're getting the recipes. Let's go back to our app. We're getting the recipes, so it's going to be recipes. Okay, we come here, so it's results.meals. So we have the meals already, so we can just map it directly. So we say results.map, and then remember that recipe that was sending down to card, we extract that. Then inside, so yeah, inside we want these brackets, and then here we want the card, and then yeah. Okay, so we need to import the card. Okay, yeah, that's okay if it's not importing. We can manually import. Yeah, it's imported. Perfect. Then we refresh. If everything went well, our page should be full. If it didn't go well, we'll debug what went wrong. Okay, link is not defined, so we go to card, and then here the link is not been defined, so you just delete this K, enter it again, and then it's going to suggest, and then you press enter, then it auto imports, then you save. So that's how you auto import something. Then we reload again, and then we hope that the coding gods are on our side. Yeah, as it loads, we can think about what we want to do next. So when you click this recipe, it should go to a recipes page where we can open the details of the recipe. So that's the next part. Okay, so it's saying that this is not configured into Next.js source name. So we come here into this file which is called Next.js, and then we open this. Then we say images, so like this, and then yeah, perfect, we add that. Yeah, that matches. We refresh. Okay, change Next.js restarting server to apply changes. Wait for that to happen. Close this. So what happens with Next.js when it sees that an image is coming from an external source, it needs to register that image. So this is what is happening here. We're getting this image from here. So this image, you see here, this thumbnail, it's giving us this image from this host name. So in Next.js, it needs to register that. Okay, so let's wait for that to refresh. Okay, let's manually refresh, and then let's see if it works. Okay, as it reloads, we can just carry on with the explanation. So I was saying, this is the card. As you click the card, we want to a new page called recipes, and then it sends the ID of the meal. And then on that page, we're going to do a server-side fetch. So now we're going to fetch using the server side. Because remember, here we couldn't fetch using the server side because we don't have the full, like, on the main page. If we come on the main page, we're using client, we're importing, so you're using state here, you're using forms. So in that case, you cannot use a server-side component because on the server there's no React components, there's no React useState, so you have to use client. But then on this page that we now need to create is going to be a server. Okay, it's going to be a server component. Since we don't have any state, we don't have any, we're just going to be fetching and displaying. So yeah, this page we're going to use server components, and then yeah, you see it fetches. Okay, let's just wait for it to load. But then yeah, you see all the recipes, they get fetched. Okay, that's perfect. Yeah, we're going to look at the filtering and the search for recipe after, but then for now, it fetches. That's what we're interested in. Okay, so that part is done. Okay, so the next part, we need to make a new page. So we make a new folder. So ID, and then inside that page. So this is how you make a slug URL. So a slug URL is basically just a folder where we're passing in a URL. So that's what a slug folder is. And then in this slug folder, so Next.js, when you have a slug folder, it passes you something called a params. Is that the spelling? Okay, params. Yeah, this is the spelling. So it passes you something called a params, and then inside the params, we can extract the ID, and then let's just display the ID. So it's going to be ID. Then let's just save that. Okay, so we have our recipes. We now need to open each recipe. So, okay, it's compiled. So if we click a recipe, it's supposed to take us to the recipes page. Okay, I think we did we rename it properly? Let's see. Okay, it's supposed to be inside the recipes folder. Okay, let's just do that now. Yeah, so slight mistake. So here we're supposed to have a recipes folder, and then we take this and then we're going to put it inside the recipes folder. We move it there. Okay, perfect. So we now have a recipe ID. Okay, let me delete this. Okay, so yeah, I think it's just better to start again because I don't know what it's doing with my files. Okay, so we have two folders, recipes, then ID. So it's the structure, recipes, then the IDs here. And then, so inside this ID, we're going to create a file, and then we're going to call it page.js. Right? Inside page.js, okay, inside page.js, we're going to extract the params. Then inside the params, you're just going to have the ID. Okay, and then we want to display the ID on the page. Save, and then we wait. Okay, and then you see we get page with the ID, which is here. Okay, so perfect. And then, so now we want to style this, and then, yeah, I think, yeah, that's the next part. We give this a style. So we wanted to display the image, we want to display all the stuff. Okay, yeah, this is gonna be a bit long, but bear with me. Okay, so the main div is going to have a class name of container because it's going to be a container. Then we're going to center this container, and then we're going to give it a margin bottom and top of 20, and then we're going to have a div inside. Okay, this div is going to have a class name of flex, and then border of 2, border gray of 300, cursor of pointer, then yeah, then we're gonna give it a padding of 4. Okay, that looks good. And then here we're going to have an image. So once you write the image, import it from Next. So yeah, press here, we import the image. Then we give it a source. Okay, we leave that empty for now, and then so the image is going to have a layout of fill. So this is another convention. So you can either have to put a width, a height, or you can just put a layout of fill. This means it's going to fill the parent container. So we need to wrap this image inside a parent container. So here we're going to say image of meal. Okay, sorry, I thought that was the out. So it's going to be cover, then yeah. Okay, perfect. And then so we're going to cover this inside a div. Okay, and then the div is what we give the size of the image. So the image just fills that div. Okay, so it's going to be relative. It's going to have a width of 50%. So we can have, these are called arbitrary values, whereby you can put the actual value inside, and then it's going to have a margin right of 8. Okay, yeah, so unfortunately we can't see what this looks like because we don't have the data yet. So just bear with me. It's going to come out nice because right now we don't have the data that we can see. Okay, so after this we need another div. Okay, then inside that div we need an h1. So this is going to be for the name. So meal name. Okay, then the meal name is going to have padding top and bottom of 4, gray, text gray of 300. Oh yeah, 300 is too shallow. Let's put 500. Font of semi bold, text of 2XL, and then text, we're going to center it. Margin bottom of 4. Okay, yeah, I think this should be good for now. And then yeah, for image, let's just put a blank image for now. I don't think that will kill the system. Then let's see what it looks like. Okay, let's just wait for it to load. Then let's see what it looks like. Okay, then so the image is going to be here, the meal name is going to be here, then here let's put the ingredients. Okay, yeah, so we might as well just fetch, since we have the ID there, we might as well just do the fetch. So here is a server component, so we don't need React. So here we're going to do an asynchronous function. The asynchronous function is going to call it get data by ID, because remember we're getting the data by ID. We're going to do a const res equals await, then we're going to fetch, then in here we're going to fetch from here, then if the res is not okay, then we're going to throw an error, or else we're going to return the JSON. Okay, perfect. And then here we're going to call the we're going to make the call to get the data. We await it. We get the data. We pass in the ID. Okay. Yeah, so we need to make this whole function an async call. So here we export by default async function page params, then we delete this export at the bottom, then this becomes an asynchronous function. We save this, but then how do we know that the data fetching worked? So this data, it should be populated, so let's try and populate this. So it's going to be data dot meals. Remember, that's the structure that they give us back. And then so here is different. We're checking the first array, and then we're getting the thumbnail. So it's str meal thumb, then we save. If it worked, we get the image back. Okay, let's check why we're not getting the image. Image is missing. Okay, did it refresh? Because it's no longer missing. Okay, so wrong spelling of that. Yeah, so check your spellings and make sure they're correct. Okay, we wait. Let's check the console log if there are any issues. Okay, so yeah, we'll get the data. Perfect. And then now let's put the name in. So the name is going to be SRT meal. So you just be using these routes and then seeing in the browser what it's returning, and then you come here and then that's what you put. So for the name, it's just going to be your data dot meals, right? So it's going to be the same for all the values, and then we get the name of the meal, and then we just wait for it to refresh, and then this should change. Then you see we get the name of the meal. So we're now getting back our data. We can now delete this which is displaying the page data. Okay, perfect. And then we can go back to the main and see if it's working for all the meals. And then we can go back to the page. We can come here where it says seafood, because I'm seeing seafood. It has a lot of data. So let's just work with chicken to make our lives much simpler. Refresh that, then wait for the data to refresh, because here we're still getting seafood, so we want to get some chicken. Let's refresh. Okay, so we now want to see if we click on these cards, are we now dynamically opening these pages? Okay, so we get the chicken. Okay, perfect. So we get the chicken. Okay, so when we open any chicken here, so let's open this. It should take us to the recipes page, and then it should open the chicken. Yes, so it's doing that. Then it takes us to the recipes page. It opens the chicken. Okay, so now we want to. So now let's say we've opened this recipe, right? So let's go back to the ID page. So yeah, let's get this link. We want to see the structure of the data that we're working with. We paste this data here, and then we get this ID because we want to see what data is being brought back. Then we see this is the data we're getting back. We're getting back this, then yeah, so we now want to display the instructions. Okay, so how do we display the instructions? We come here, we want to display them here. Okay, so first I think we can display the ingredients. Okay, so yeah, the ingredients, it's a bit of a, yeah, it's a lot, to be honest, for the ingredients. So we might need to share, I might need to share my code with you on that one, because that one is a bit much. So the ingredients, we're mapping through the data dot meals in the end. Yeah, this is the wrong code. Yeah. Okay, so for the ingredients, let's go to my, so I'll have the link in the description, so don't worry about that. So you can just come to my code and you can just copy that code for the ingredients, because that one is a, yeah, it's a lot to be typing, you know, in a tutorial and then expect you guys to type it. So let's just copy it, then we can explain how it works. We can go over it. Okay, so it's here in the recipe, the page. Okay, so yeah, this is for the ingredients, and then this is for the instructions, and then this is for the, okay, perfect. Let's just copy this, then let's go over it. Okay, so what we're doing with the ingredients, we're mapping through all the ingredients, then we're putting it in a variable. We're mapping through all the measurements, we're putting it in a variable, so that we can have headings. On the left side is going to say ingredient, on the right side is going to say measurement, and then for the steps, we're mapping through all the instructions, then we're splitting them so that we have a new line. So we're saying that at the end of each step, we're going to have a new line, so that it's not just one paragraph, and then we're putting a number, then we're putting the step. Okay, and then so each meal is coming in with a YouTube link. So if you come here and you see here where it says str YouTube, so it gives us a YouTube link. So we're just using an iframe, and then we're putting the source, and then we're dynamically putting in the link, and then we're replacing it, and then yeah, should be able to display that video. And then you see here, okay, then so yeah, let's see what the issue was. Okay, okay, and then yeah, so we get the meal, we get the title, we get the ingredients that we've mapped through, we get the steps, and then we get the YouTube video, and then you can watch how the meal is being made and everything. So yeah, I'll include the link to this code, because I saw that those two functions will be a lot. Yeah, especially this one going through, you know, all this. Yeah, that will be a lot. So I'll have the link to this code in the description. Okay, so yeah, let's just go through the code one more time. So yeah, because it's important that you just understand, you know, some of these things. So here we're getting the data. So when you open the page, we expect that you're going to open the page with a link. We get that link from the params. So the params, these are just the URL. So this is just the URL. So we're getting this ID, and then we're fetching, we're calling get data with that ID, and then it gets the meal, and then it returns us the meal. And then here the meal is now in data, and then now we're just displaying the meal. So yeah, very, very simple. And this is using server-side rendering. So this is all happening on the server. So you don't need to, it's not happening on your machine, it's all happening on the server. You come back here. So this happens on the client. You open it, and then you see it blinks. Because when you open it, it's sending JavaScript to your browser, and then it tries to open, and then it blinks, right? Because it's loading. But then this, you see, you open, it's just open, because it's using server side. So it's all running on the server, and then it's just sending HTML to your side. This opens, blinks, because whilst it's blinking, this just opens, right? So you see how powerful this server-side rendering is, right? But then we can't always do it. Like in that case, you see here, we couldn't do it because we have this search and we have this filter. So we can't do it here. So it's not something that we're always able to do. So sometimes when you're not able to do it, then you use your React components, then you use the use client. Okay, perfect. So now we're going to use the use search, and then we're going to use the loading. So what do we want to do with this search? So you see here, we're searching for chicken. We're searching by category. So we need to say here const. We'll just call it name. Set name. Right. Then it's equals to use state. So it's going to be a name. And then what we want to do, we want to pass this name down to search. So we want to pass this name, set name to search, because we want search to be able to set the name. And then we come here, we open the component for search. Yeah, so here, sorry, I'm just gonna go a bit fast, but then I'll explain everything. So here on search, we're destructuring the search. Here, we're importing use state, not use effect. I don't think for this we need use effect. And then here we're going to say use client. So remember, whenever you're using state, you're going to be using client. Yeah. So in our use state, this needs a state to hold the values. So I'm going to say categories. Okay, there's an O here. Okay, then set categories. Okay, that's perfect. Then we need one for, yeah, we need one for search. Okay, and then no loading. So yeah, the value, yeah, so this is just normal React, no issues here. Category, yeah, categories. Okay, then when it changes, we want to take the element, then we want to set the categories to the event dot target dot value, and then we also want to set the name also, because remember here we're passing down the name. So yeah, the name is now changed in the parent, right? So name here is now changed. So name by default, it will be chicken, because we wanted to get chicken. Then here we make this dynamic so that here, instead of always getting chicken, because here is always getting chicken no matter what, we say get name, right? And then get name. So when you start the page, when you load the page, it gets chicken, right? But then the set name is being passed down to search, yeah. And then when you these values, it's going to fetch, right? Let's see if it works. So yeah, we need to change that, right? Since we said chicken, so it's chicken is the default. Let's wait for that to load. Okay, yeah, so it's not going to work as we want, because in here we need to put the name so that the use effect can change. Remember how a use effect works. Whatever you put in this dependency array, as it changes, this use effect is going to fire. So as the name changes, so we come here, we change the name to beef, right? As that name changes to beef, it loads beef, right? We need a loading. So here set loading is there. Set loading to false is there. So loading is there. But then we don't want to display if. So we want to say if it's loading, right? We want to display something there. Then if it's not loading, then it means that it's finished fetching. Then we want to display this. Okay. So okay, let's just Okay, perfect. So if it's loading, I want an H1 that says loading. So yeah, you can replace this, with some animation, but then for now it's just going to say loading, text center, then text 3XL. Okay, perfect. We wait for that. So you see with beef, yeah, the styling can be improved. So you see if the text is too long, our div is getting out of shape. So yeah, some of these you can improve. Chicken, then you get the loading, then chicken appears. Lamb, we get the loading, then our lamb appears. So our filter is now working. And then now we want the search. Okay. So for search, we're not going to be passing down the search. We're going to be, for search, we're going to be passing down the set recipes. We want to fetch from search, and then we want search to be able to create a new instance of the recipes. We save, we go into search. So whenever you pass something down, you have to come in here, and then you have to destructure it. Okay, then in search, we need to put a value. Okay, then we say search, and then when search, we say on change. Okay, we want to get the event. Then we say set search. Yeah, this is just basic React target dot value. Then on the button, then when you click the search button, okay, then we want to say search recipes. Copy this so that we don't make a mistake. Come here, then we create the function. It's going to be an asynchronous function, which is just going to, okay, results.meals. Okay, perfect. Then we save. So here we're fetching. So all these routes that I'm using to fetch, they are here. I'm going to include. So you come here, search by name. So this is the link that we want. We come here. Then let's compare with the one that we've gotten. Okay, search v. So it's the same link. Okay, perfect. Let's see if we didn't make a mistake. So we didn't make a mistake. Then let's say chicken search. Then we get chicken. Okay, so yeah, then we open our chicken, then we get the ingredients. So the image, we have to wait for it to load. We get our image, we get our chicken ingredients, we get our steps, then we get the video on how to make the chicken. So yeah, that's it. So yeah, I'll include the link in the description so that you can get everything. You can get all the code, you can see all the code. But yeah, I think now you have an idea on how to do this. And then yeah, I'll post the link, I'll post the API. So this API is nice. It doesn't need an API key. It's just a free API that you can use. So I'll also put that in the link. Okay. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you liked the video. Thumbs up, leave a comment on what I can improve, what you liked, what still needs to be improved. Then yeah, and then any ideas of what you need in the future videos, then I can sort that out also. Okay, thank you guys.